It's 2 days into the new year, and I've already beaten one game. I've now this is a game that I've very much been told is a you can beat this in one sitting game. Nah, I tried to beat it last night, and then I was legit um falling asleep. One of those moments where I'm literally falling asleep at my desk while my fingers are pressing the keys and I'm walking into walls and shit in the game. I really loved this. I also can't say jack shit because there's just so much. Um I see I would say the story doesn't matter, but no, the story does absolutely matter. Uh Depending on your perspective of it and whatnot, the story does 100% fucking matter. This game was sold to me by my two best friends with the words, "This is an off your meds simulator." One of these two best friends of mine was sold on this game by the words, "Under every government building is a series of catacombs," which is a line that the main character actually says in the very beginning of the game. Uh, True enough, the game is about going to these various government owned buildings and exploring the catacombs that are underneath them with nothing but a hammer and a dream. Quite literally, a hammer and a dream. You solve everything with a hammer by hitting everything with a hammer. Have I mentioned that you play as a potential? You're potentially playing as a massive sociopath. Uh, it's off your meds as fuck. I love it. The music was nice. I love the visuals and I love the style of this game. And I don't just mean like visually the style of the game. I mean, it is a weird choice for this game, in my opinion, to be a first-person point-and-click dungeon crawler. But I dig it. I dig it. Um, to me, it's definitely a sign. The fact that it's a first-person point-and-click dungeon crawler is plus the graphical design choice of this game. I feel like, well, mainly the former, the whole first person point and click dungeon crawler thing. I feel like it's definitely an indication that the guy that made this game, yeah, he's someone that has played old video games. Um, I loved all the extra stuff. There's a few extra things in this in Psychopomp Gold. In particular, there's a green key you can get in every level for an extra thing. I thought that was really cool. I loved all the extra stuff. I loved puzzling things out. Um, it, without saying anything, not saying anything spoiler. Basically, choosing to just believe everything at face value and trying to unravel that plot was very fun. Uh, what else? Oh yeah, I don't know anything about this. One of the two close friends that got me to play this game explained this to me, but apparently there was a controversy that went something like this. The original Psychopomp was free, and the developer made Psychopomp Gold with some additional content. My loose understanding of this is this included some extra levels and other sort of stuff. And Supposedly, uh, after putting Psychopomp Gold up for a price on Steam, a lot of fans bitched and were like, "Oh, you didn't add enough content to make it worth paying for, enough extra content to make it worth paying for." And fuck all of those people. God forbid the guy that actually put effort into this game try to make a buck off of it and try to make money. God forbid indie game developers try to make money. Anyway, um, I loved, without getting too spoilery, I loved the world building that this set up from start to finish. Even by the end of this game, with the understanding I had, sort of kind of understanding I had of overall what was happening, I still kind of kept going, what the fuck is that? To every other thing. I loved the setup, the consistent setup entire throughout the entire game. Constantly setting up more and more and more of the world that I am experiencing and playing. The honestly, the person who made this game had a lot of really creative and cool ideas. That's all I can say. That's literally all I can say without spoiler, without just starting to run off at the mouth on a tangent about the game's fucking plot. Uh, I'll end this one with, I know you're not supposed to stick your dick in crazy, but Poppy kind of cute. Poppy kind of cute in that in that I might get raped and killed and eaten and never be seen again tonight kind of way. But Poppy kind of cute. I'm kind of into it. I think this is going 1/13, 2025, 12:52 a.m. Finally got around to beating Slave Zero X. Took way longer than I expected because there were just entire days where I didn't even touch it. Uh, Literally, I think for the last maybe 2 or 3 days, I literally only had one stage to go, like one set of levels to go, like one area left to finish. Anyway, I just I got back to it eventually tonight. Beat it. Uh, Stellar fucking game. I am not really a fighting game man. Last time I proper touched fighting games was I played the shit out of War Gods on the N64 and Biofreaks on the N64 when I was younger. I played the shit out of those two games. That was my introduction to fighting games. It was that, and I played a Street Fighter game a decent amount on the Sega Genesis as a kid. So it's been a long time since I've done a proper fighting game. Actually, no, that is a complete lie. That is a complete lie because my brain just remembered. Yo, dude, no, you played the Dark Tower version of what was it even called again? It was like Darkstalkers Tower, Dark Tower, whatever the hell it's called on the PSP. You played that because that was the most definitive version you heard, and you tried it out. That was your first experience in Darkstalkers. So there was that, but like I haven't really played hardly any fighting games my whole life. This game, a lot of the shit in it is very much uh, reminiscent of like the shit you would do in a fighting game. It looks like now for most of the game, no, you are expected to go in hard, but there are a few very specific things where you are expected to treat it as kind of like a fighting game. Overall, I loved it though. You have light attack, heavy attack. You have your directionals. You have a slide kick. You have your double jump. You have your what was it again? Full sync or whatever it's called, and your burst, all that shit. Um, and the idea is you string shit together. There was one point where I discovered a quote unquote hidden move and even got an achievement for it because I was struggling against a elite enemy, I guess would be the best way to call it. And I was going into Fatal Sync, that's what it's called, Fatal Sync. I was going into Fatal Sync and just trying to spam attacks on it, and accidentally used a hidden move. And I tried to replicate what the fuck I did, and eventually I started realizing how you do it and what it does. Um, the fact that the devs literally put stuff in there for you to find just by experimenting is fantastic. I love it. Not every this this is a game that doesn't that holds your hand just the right amount to me. It is a game that is meant to be decently hard. I know there were parts where I got fucking stuck for 20, 30 minutes on a single fight. Uh, I just had to keep banging my head against it, learning patterns, getting good. I'm not gonna pretend I'm any good at this at all. I probably sucked at this fucking game. I'm gonna be honest. There are probably so many people that play this way better than me. But I mean, I got D ranks all the way down. Speaking of, yes, it has a ranking system. It has that's also one thing I really like. Um, the game is very dopamine focused. You get higher and higher and higher notes every single hit. The further you go into a combo before you drop the combo, and it sounds really nice and kind of keeps you wanting to go, and it's that dopamine. The the combat is fluid and feels very good. The gore is fantastic. The enemies all look great. uh I think there was maybe one or two parts in the game that actually genuinely almost frustrated me, but even then it's like the game, it's hard to describe this any other way. I've played other games where I've hit a wall and couldn't get past it for a while and it started genuinely pissing me off. I never had that in this game. Even at the most frustrating moments, I was at my worst maybe like throwing my hands up a little bit and being like, okay, we're gonna try this again. We're gonna try this again. We're gonna get it this time. You got this. Never once did I start like getting actually irritated and angry at the game. It's a game that even when it's kicking my ass, I was having fun. I was having so much fun. Uh, the lore in this game is absolutely insane. It is a prequel to Slave Zero, which came before it. Which, sure, that makes sense. That's the next game I'm gonna play. I am legit wondering how Slave Zero is going to tie into this, or how Slave Zero X is going to tie into Slave Zero as a prequel that was made after Slave Zero. In the bits and pieces I've seen of Slave Zero, only tell me that I've only like lead me to believe it is a first-person mecha game, a first-person shooter mecha game, which is a far cry from what this game was. So I'm actually curious how it's gonna kind of correlate. Uh, as for the lore, if you throughout the levels, there are these gold guards that you can find hiding out in various places. Sometimes not quite hidden. I think a couple of them were literally just on the beaten path of the level itself, and you kill them, and you get a little not a codex. It wasn't codex. It was something else. Chronicle. You get a chronicle, and in between levels and at the main menu, you can view these chronicles, and it's everything from weird little random tidbits of information that kind of hint to certain things about the wider world to more detailed information on the various big bad characters you're fighting. Early on, you're introduced to all of them pretty much. Early on, at the end of the first, no, somewhere in the first area, I want to say. Yeah, early on in the first area. Um, there's a point where you have you have a fight kind of showing you what you're dealing with, and then you're just gradually introduced to the four calamities that serve the glorious Savcon. Those are your big bosses. Uh, I loved all of them in their own way. A couple of the boss fights overall in the game were kind of jank because they were background boss fights. Um, Without giving too much away about the game, I would have to say my favorites were probably my favorites to actually fight were, well, only one really, Enyo. And my favorite Enyo and I guess Uriel. And while he wasn't necessarily my favorite to fight, God, I loved Hercules J. Thorman. The just the lines he shouts at you. How to go again? Red blood, white bone, blue steel. You won't wake me from my American dream. He is so over the top, cheesy as fuck, patriotic. It is. I felt like I was back and I felt like I was back at the arms at Armstrong from Revengeance. That's how I felt, and it felt amazing. The actual boss was pretty good, but I'd say Inu and Uriel were my favorites to actually experience fighting. Um, I no, I'm gonna genuinely give it to like The second to last boss, that was fucking good. That was a fucking sick ass fight. Even if it drove me up the wall a little bit. Uh, I aside from my complaint about a couple of the bosses being background bosses, I think the only real complaint I have about this game is regarding the gold soldiers in the Chronicles. So I missed the first three and was very confused how I missed the first three when there were no off the beaten path areas that I could find. And I started noticing that despite looking in every, trying to, do the wall jumping and looking in every single nook and cranny, there was still some I was missing. And in one stage, I finally noticed it because you make a sharp turn soon after starting the stage. And I noticed, oh, there's a gold soldier in the background at the very start of the path that very clearly wasn't there when I started the stage. And that's when I started kind of uh, putting into practice always going back as much as possible down the path I came, down the actual the very linear main path. And a few times I did this, sure enough, I found a gold soldier that was spawned that could only have spawned in there after I'd progressed to a certain point in the stage, but not quite the cutoff point where I couldn't go back that far, where like a door closes or something. So basically, at least a portion of these gold soldiers, of the overall gold soldiers throughout the entire game, uh, at least a portion of them, are explicitly found by backtracking to places you've already been on the linear path after reaching a certain trigger point that spawns them in. And I genuinely don't like that. I think that's kind of because it's something I would never have figured out on my own. I just happened to see it happen once and thought, okay, maybe I should keep trying that. And it just I wasn't really a fan of that method of hiding the gold soldiers with the chronicles. Um, Aside from that and the whole thing about the kind of jank couple of background bosses, fucking solid game. Solid game. Put my balls in a vice, but that's part of the experience. That's part of the fun. I'm gonna be honest. This is a game that I had fun with from start to finish, even in its most punishing moments. And I'm pretty sure Slave Zero is nothing like this game. Again, from what little I saw of it in the past. But I genuinely, again, I just really, I when I, once I'm done recording, so I'm going right into it. I want to see exactly how this is going to tie into that. I am really invested in the world that both of these games combined have going for them. And there is one more thing. You gradually unlock uh, cosmetic shit throughout the game. You unlock skins for your palette skins for your character, but you also unlock filters. And I think outside of one filter that I don't remember what it was based on, but it wasn't based on a console. Outside of that, I think all of the filters are based on either a different console or uh, some other shit like scan lines on a CRT monitor or whatever it's called, whatever it was called. uh, from back in the day, and I think one of my favorites was what was it was you know, it was I think it was called Nightmare Goggles, and it was literally the Virtual Boy filter. Another one was called the old Specky, and it like I get like the way a British person would say it, I guess, and I was a bit confused, and I realized, oh, the ZX Spectrum. So a lot of these filters are console or are different console filters. And I thought that was genuinely interesting the way they fit all of those in. I didn't really buy or use any of them or any of the cosmetic skins because you do actually pay in game money for that. No, I was a little bitch and focused all my money on upgrades. I played it way too straight. Um, but yeah, this was a fun game. And on that note, I'm gonna say I listened to the Psycho Pomp Gold recording. God, do I really sound like that? I sound like I'm drunk. That's just how I talk most of the time. I have a stuttering problem, but I've that's so weird hearing myself talk and then be like, man, did I record this while drunk? I know I didn't. But yeah, great game. Can't wait to dive into Slave Zero. It's only a bit past 1 a.m., so I probably do that for a couple hours before I feel like passing out. Peace. All right. Take three of this shit because take one, the OBS was using the wrong mic input. Take two, I was falling asleep mid sentence. So I've been a bit sick lately too, so not the best. Uh, 123 2025. I technically beat the game last night. So, two things I forgot to mention about Slave Zero that I really liked. At least I'm pretty sure I forgot to mention. One, I really appreciate what they did for the merchant in the shop. I think it's probably the only time. Actually, three things. I think it's the only time that the game isn't serious is the merchant, and two, the customization options. The game's fairly serious outside of that. I just love what they did with the merchant. It was a fucking flashbang, and was not expecting it, and it was fun every time I saw it. I like the customization options. I especially loved how the filters are just kind of all references to anything from different consoles, like uh, the ZX Spectrum, the Virtual Boy, the original Game Boy, etc. To to various things like scan lines on a CRT to and how horrible they look to Skull Tag to very specifically Skull Tag of all things. Um, and three, the reason I even was interested in Slave Xerox in the first place, it's just Guyver. It's just Guyver the Bio Booster armor. When I saw the trailer for this game, I was like, that's just Guyver, and I love Guyver. So I want to check this out. There's even one of the skins, one of the palette swap skins you can unlock. I think is literally called. I don't know. I don't think it's called the bad guy. There's one called the bad guy, and I think that might be it. And if it's not that, it's something else. But there's one of the skins you can unlock that is literally just the palette swap colors of Guyver, of Guyver One. I think that's really cool. Um, on the Slave Zero. So I played Slave Zero X first because it's a prequel, even though Slave Zero is older. No, Slave Zero X is the better game by fucking far. I originally did it this way when it wasn't picking up my mic at all. So I'm gonna do it this way again because that's how I want to do it. we're gonna break it down piece by piece. First off, the game itself. The game itself was. It ran okay, but it was buggy. Uh, Specifically towards the end, oddly enough, um, I had a very similar problem in Slave Zero X. Towards the end of the game, I was experiencing infinite loading screens more and more. Um, Towards the end of Slave Zero proper, I was experiencing outright crashes. Trying to go to the main menu, trying to load saves. Um, Setting. I actually like, not even like, I love the setting in Slave Zero. It's a proper night city, as it should be, because in my opinion, a night city should be a night city. It's always night. You're in a mega city, and I'm just going to repeat what I said before when the mic didn't pick the audio. If you're familiar with what I'm about to say, think of Gotham in Batman Beyond. Think of the sprawling megacity. You know, superstructures where one building is potentially the size of a small city in cubic feet. Uh, Massive, sprawling highways way far up off the ground. Flying cars. I love that shit. I don't care if it's in a cartoon or an anime, a live action or a video game. I love the mega city superstructure setting. I think it's a cool thing to do. And Slave Zero did it well. There's decent amounts of property destruction you can perform. Sometimes this gets you pickups. Hell, you start the game on a highway in one of the lower parts of the city, and just standing still can cause cars to crash into you. You're basically in a 50-foot tall mech. Now, originally, I know this much for a fact. Originally, Slave Zero was supposed to be what Slave Zero X is. Slave Zero X is literally them going, let's do what we wanted to do with Slave Zero originally. Let's do what the devs wanted to do with Slave Zero originally. The original idea for Slave Zero was supposed to be biopunk and biomecha. However, it didn't pan out that way, and it became more just generic mecha. Now, according to a friend of mine, I don't know if this is, I don't know for sure about this because I didn't do my research, but according to a friend of mine, the reason for this is because the publishers took one look at what the developers were doing and said, no, this is too unique and too niche. It's not going to sell well. Tone it down. And they had to make it a generic mecha. Whether that's the reason or not, I don't care. Fact is, the end result was not I mean, it sucks, but regardless, the end result was not what they wanted to do. So, on top of that, they were working with what they had. The game looked okay as far as enemies and stuff. I actually loved Slave Zero unit. I think it looks badass. I love the you can't see what I'm doing with my hand, but I love the way the Slave Zero unit, like in his idle pose with his right arm at his side, just constantly moves his clawed fingers. I think it's great. Enemies were okay. Starting off, you had your typical boys in blue, just general peacekeepers and tanks and helicopters that you can literally destroy by walking over them or running into them, I think. Then you had your dudes, your actual military guys and mechs. Starting out, you had your basic stuff, with your basic enemies and all that. Eventually, you encounter a larger mech as a mid-boss, and it shows up as a more common elite enemy, and then later a semi-elite enemy, much more often. Now, this enemy, I had no problems with. with one particular exception. This particular larger mech fired a like a purple pinkish laser beam that did only 10 damage, not a big deal, but it would send you flying back like 50 feet. And I encountered a problem with this where probably one of the times in the game I died the most often in the same exact spot was my first encounter fighting one of these mechs on one of the super highways where he would just keep pushing me 50 feet back off the fucking highway into the abyss below to instantly die. And I finally got him before he could hit me with that laser. And if this sounds like a skill issue, it's because the enemies in this game actually have really good tracking. I have had enemies in a couple of sections of the game where there are buildings between you and another area that is already spawned in, that you've already loaded in, aiming at you through buildings, and in some cases even shooting you through buildings that you can't see or shoot through. So yes, really great game design there. The enemies can basically aimbot you, and they will. They will have their shot ready to go the moment you're in view of them, if they're not glitching their shots through buildings. So there was that. Other than that, I didn't have a problem except for one point in the near the absolute end of the game where I was in a sewer and I jumped down a ledge, and to my left and to my right are tunnels. And whenever I jumped down this ledge, my guy was literally like almost teleporting into the room to the left, right up against an elite enemy slave zero unit that would proceed to wreck my shit. And at first I thought the game was weirdly glitching out until I looked down the tunnel to my right and find out, oh, there's just one of those big mechs aimbotting me with his pushback laser every single time. I managed to get down there and fire off my most powerful weapon at him, and as soon as I land, and he still gets that shot off, still pushes me back, and I'm racing to get my next shot off with the big AoE weapon I have to get rid of the Slave Zero unit before it can kill me in a tight, small cubic room. So fuck the pushback laser in particular. Now, let's see. There are enemy Slave Zero units. They aren't too bad, but they're weird. I found they were weirdly resistant to missiles. Of all things. Then there's the really big guys. The end game's idea of, okay, the big mechs are no longer the biggest threat. We need a bigger threat, and they bring out even bigger mechs. These mechs, their attacks any attack of theirs chews through your health. They have a green plasma cannon. They have homing rockets, and I find that a lot of enemies with homing rockets in this game, those homing rockets are way too good. You're not dodging them. You need to have something between you and the rocket to tank the hit. If you try like, oh, I'm just gonna strafe to the side, no, those rockets will follow you. They will hit you. There is no dodging them. But the biggest issue is that the really big mech has a big fuck you instant kill laser that will chew through your health in about 3 seconds, if that. 2-3 seconds. So yeah, that's fun. Just don't get hit by that one. And again, it's not something you can easily dodge unless you're actually behind them when they start firing it and turn to try and hit you with it. They will keep up with you if you're in front of them. You need to have something in between you and the enemy. I find that dodging not being an option is one of the biggest for a lot of attacks, and instead having to just turtle behind cover a lot is and behind environment is a big issue that I had with this game. It's not it's a big flaw in the game's design, in my opinion. Um, Bosses. At the end of Slave Zero X, you get a transmission. Uh, Saying like, "This is Sanguinar, leader of the three calamities of Megacity, etc." Yeah, that's the three big minions of the Sovcon that you fight in Slave Zero. So, um, the first boss, this kind of weird monster worm-like thing that pops out of a vat, he was kind of cool. A little bit generic, but kind of cool. Probably my favorite fight in the whole game was Sanguinar, the second boss you fight. Now, I thought his fight was bullshit at first, and I realized I'm just being stupid. See, it is a the room is flooding moment. You have to run up a spiral pathway while chemicals are flooding this big chamber you're in, and Sanguinar is in the open center of the chamber, constantly staying level with you, shooting at you. And I died several times because Sanguinar would do probably the strongest attack I've seen in the entire game. Second only to contact damage from the final boss. I'll talk about that in a bit. Uh, where he does a big fuck you instant kill laser that not only kills me in like 1 second, it takes my health down into the negative. A function that this game somehow has for some reason. So turned out, he only does that if you ignore him. If you shoot at him consistently and damage him consistently enough, he cannot. He is interrupted from using the laser. So that's cool. Basically, just keep running up the thing, destroy pipes that are blocking your way, and keep shooting at Sanguinar so he can't insta kill you. Sounds bad, but honestly, you have to kind of be there for that fight. You have to experience that one. It is actually kind of fun. And Sanguinar had actual voiced lines, I believe, I recall, and they were fun to listen to. Third boss fight, Revenant Prime. I did not like this boss at all. You fight him on top of four skyscraper rooftops that are next to each other in a square formation. He separates into two halves that fly through the sky like serpents. And this is one of those moments where you played the game when the game wants you to play the game. You can only hit them when they come up for their bombing runs, and they'll shoot really precise homing energy blasts at you. Now, at first, they don't come up too often. By the end of it, they're coming up so often, and they're moving so fast, I'm struggling to shoot them and save scumming the whole way. I'm struggling to shoot them while dodging like never-ending barrages of homing blasts. While trying to aim at them on the last rooftop left, because every quarter of their health you take out, the two halves combine and they do a kill sat move to destroy the building that you're currently standing on. You also have limited ammo in this fight that you have, and a limited ammo economy they have to deal with in this fight, where once you know how Revenant Prime works, you start using the ammo and resources that are on one building, and make sure you use all of as much of it up as possible before he destroys the building, or it's just gone. It is, and I'll get to that too in a bit because that's a bit annoying. The boss after that is probably the worst boss in the whole game. It is two armored dropships that endlessly spawn on a timer, two at a time, Slave Zero units for you to fight until you destroy the dropships. I sort of, kind of, but not really cheated this for the second dropship by destroying the dropship, opening the exit, and rushing to the exit without killing the last two Slave Zero units. Because I had next to nothing, because they were so beefy and had so much health, that I had next to nothing left but missiles to kill the Slave Zero units with. And again, for some reason, I've discovered that they are really resistant to missiles, of all things. My second favorite boss in the whole game is after that one, I believe. It is a monster that I'm convinced is not even the Sovcon's doing. It just kind of shows up out of a singularity and tries to kill you. It's some kind of biomecha monstrosity, and I actually loved it. Spoilers though, you can avoid most of the boss's attacks by just getting on any one of four evenly spaced ledges in the arena. You can avoid most of its attacks that way. You're gonna have to eventually get down though, because you're gonna run out of ammo because it has that much health. So yeah. And then the Savcon. Savcon is in a gigantic, like 500-foot tall mech, and you can only damage it, even though it's such a big mech, by shooting its head. That doesn't sound too bad, right? Except the Savcon's mech is constantly not even walking, it's stumbling. It's like stumbling, trudging along very slowly, lurching forward every time in a circular motion around the central building of the arena, which is thankfully indestructible. You are not shooting that head very easily unless you wait for him to stop, face you, and try to shoot at you with either missiles or his rifle or whatever, and then you get some pot shots off, hide in or behind the building, and repeat, and it's very tedious. And we'll get back to back to that in a bit. Weapons. You have three weapons to work with: a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, a kinetic weapon, and an energy weapon. Now, it's all basic as shit at first, but then you get your upgrades. I think that by the time I started really noticing the upgrades for the rocket launcher was when I got the cluster strike, which is a much shorter range, but the missile splits into a ring of missiles. This pretty much one-shot almost anything up to that point in the game, provided I was close enough to hit it. Now, that was cool, but the final missile upgrade that I got was a single-shot missile, not affected by gravity, that went straight forward pretty much infinitely. The fire rate in the launcher was faster than previously, and the velocity speed of the rockets was amazing. I basically, at first I was like, I want my cluster strike back, but then I'm like, no, this is actually really good for rocket sniping, a thing that I did have to start doing by the end of the game. Keeping far away from enemies and sniping them with my rockets until they died. For one reason or another. Now, for the kinetic weapon, I started noticing the upgrades proper when I got the rapid fire heavy machine gun upgrade. And that's what you get for probably like a third of the game at least, until the very end, and it was serviceable. I enjoyed it. Then you get the cannon at the very end of the game, and for reasons I'll explain in a bit, it's completely fucking useless. For energy weapons, it was an interesting back and forth. You had your basic, then you got this plasma rifle, this more powerful plasma rifle that was actually really good with a decent ammo economy. And then the upgrade for that was a beam weapon that shoot through all your ammo in about 2 seconds of continuous fire. And I swear I ended up discovering that, I was seeing myself doing more damage for the amount of ammo expenditure I was doing, tapping repeatedly to do small bursts of beam, then holding it down. The final upgrade is my favorite thing in the whole game. Not just my favorite weapon, my favorite thing in the whole game. The Dark Matter Rifle, which looks cool and fires a singularity that explodes into very impressive visual and sound effects and massive AoE damage that can one-shot everything but the elite version of the giant mecha enemy. And it can two-shot that. In fact, my favorite thing about this is you don't have enough ammo really to take out the thing that the thing in the that comes out of singularity I mentioned. Well, that gun drops, and you pick it up, and you use that to handily defeat it. Um, Plot. So Slave Zero X and Slave Zero are basically are in a way the same plot. It's all about the revolution. In this case, it's very basic. Uh, you are Chan, and you're piloting the Slave Zero unit. If you've played Slave Zero X, you've seen Chan. He's basically a background character who's there to be a oh, that's Chan from Slave Zero moment for those that played Slave Zero, or to be a oh, that's Chan from Slave Zero X for those who like me who played Slave Zero after um, Slave Zero X. Uh, Either way, either way. So you know it's Chan, but so Chan is the only one in the Resistance with a Slave Zero unit. So the first goal is to get multiple embryos that are being grown by the Sovcon, multiple Slave Zero embryos. And you go to the facility where they're held, and they get ejected and sent to a train transport to get it away from you. You finally track it down in I'd say like the middle tiers of the city, because I think if I remember, from what I remember, you're progressively going up the city from bottom to top as you're going through your resistance against the Sovcon. So you finally chase it down to the transport train, stop it, and then the Sovcon's soldiers try to destroy the train and the embryos to keep them away from you. You have to kill the enemies, keep the embryos from being destroyed to protect them, so the dropships can come in and steal them for your resistance. However, they're all in one spot and they're easy to defend. The second step is you need Slave Zero exoskeletons. So you go to a factory, a special factory the Sovcon has, to steal these. Unfortunately, they're not all in one spot. They're in 4 separate locations. And defending the exoskeletons is easy enough. They have decent health. It's when the aircraft come in. Because you destroy all the enemies, and the aircraft come in, and then more enemies come in and try to shoot the aircraft, not just the exoskeletons, but the aircraft as well. The aircraft are wet paper bags. They will go down instantly. And if one of them is shot and destroyed, you lose the whole mission, have to start over. I save scum the shit out of this game. I am not ashamed of this. The third step is more of a personal thing for you rather than the Resistance. You're told, yo, the Sovcon has a special prototype dark matter weapon that for equipping the Slave Zero units. Go get it, and you do. The boss I mentioned, and you go and you find this. You find out that the Sovcon has contained a dark matter singularity in a special facility of his that I guess he somehow found, and he's been siphoning dark matter off of it for his crazy bullshit. You go there, and an eldritch biomecha monstrosity just drops out of the singularity to fight you. I'm convinced this isn't even the Sovcon being like deploy the next thing to kill him. This is just shit happening, and I did enjoy this boss fight. At first I was like, man, I don't have enough ammo to deal with this guy. But fortunately, he constantly shits out these little spider drones that I can destroy for pickups. So I'm never truly out of ammo. And then I noticed something just laying in the middle of the arena. And I realized that somewhere mid-fight, probably when I hit a certain health threshold on the boss, the weapon I'm looking for dropped out of the singularity. I'm gonna have to cut that last little bit out and continue from there. So I shoot at the boss and I'm popping off. The weapon's amazing. It's doing so much damage, and I spam that shit going forward because it uses only 10 out of a max of 100 energy ammo per shot, and I spam that shit. So many fights are made easier in the end game with this gun, and it feels so cathartic. It's honestly intentional. It's intentional, obviously. It just feels so fucking good to use it. So, uh, then the dumb dropship level, which I'm assuming is just you trying to reach the Savkhan's palace. That level wasn't that fun. Then you have the upper city, the Savkhan's palace. The upper city and Savkhan's palace were actually pretty fun. And then you get to Savkhan himself. Now this is where I had an issue. Combined with how precise you have to be with shooting at the Savkhan's mech, I started to realize after a couple of attempts using the method of wait for him to face you to shoot at you, get pot shots off, hide, enter behind the building. After spending like an hour on this shit, I'm starting to realize, I'm getting him down. I'm getting him down to the last bit, the last fraction of his health bar. That's got to be 10 to 20% of his health bar, right? Wait a minute, I'm out of ammo and there's no more ammo in the arena. And you can't just melee his head. In fact, you can't touch him because the second you touch his mech, you instantly die and get like minus 70 health. The boss just has massive the strongest attack in the whole game that you can encounter is contact damage on the final boss, which I think is really fucking funny. So, you going in with full ammo, using all the ammo in the arena, I can't do shit. What's more, I'm struggling because the cannon you get right before the Savkhan fight does maybe 1,000th of his fucking health bar per shot. I'm not even seeing the bar move, but I'm seeing his name and bar flash, indicating I'm doing damage when I hit him with the cannon. The cannon is... oh. Jeez, sorry about that. The cannon is fucking useless for the only part of the game you really get it, which is incredible. So I get curious about all this. I exit the game. I look it up. I found someone's blog, and I want to read more of this guy's site because apparently he's been doing this for a while, I think. I have to double check. And he's still making articles on this personal website blog of his, even today. And I really like that. That's something I don't want to get into talking about that kind of shit because I could go on for a good bit about it. But I find out that he made Intro on Slave Zero, a very, very thorough blog intro on Slave Zero. And when I get to the Savkhan fight for it, I see what he writes about it, and it makes me livid. He explains that you don't have enough ammo, that you do in fact not have enough ammo in the arena to defeat the final boss, and that there are these dropships that I did notice and tried to shoot, and it never worked out well for some reason. And of course, the reason for that is because he also says, yeah, you might notice there's these dropships flying around in the above the arena. You can shoot them. They're supposed to drop supplies for you. They're bugged and they actually don't. So you have to cheat. You have to cheat to defeat the final boss. And I'm not ashamed of this. And there's a very specific reason I'm not ashamed of this. Because I'm at the tail end of the game. I'm loading my save up at the final boss that I made. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, I got him down to like 10, 20% health before. I'm going to do that, and I'm going to count that, and I'm going to use the cheat. The cheat is to just go into the talk menu and type in /I win, and you beat the current mission. I'll get him down to the point where I have no more ammo to spend on him. He's at like 10, 20% health, then I'll use it. Right? That's my idea. The game proceeds to fucking crash on me. I'm loading my save. a dozen times in a row to the point that I am so thoroughly tired of this. I finally, the second I load my save and it's not crashing, I just go into the talk menu and type I win, and boom, that's it. I'm done. This game has cool stuff in it, interesting moments, and I'm willing to put chips on the table and bet that some of the problems I encountered on technical levels could be because of the game not aging well on modern technology. Sure, I'll even give it that. That still doesn't change the fact that this game, for this game, the hardest boss for me to beat wasn't even the final boss. It was the game itself crashing on me at the end of it all, to the point that it was a struggle to get to a stable point where I could input a cheat to win. Uh, there's not even unless it's like between winning the mission and between killing the Salcon and winning the mission screen. There's not even like an ending cutscene or anything like that. Unless it's there and I missed it because of the cheat I used. There's not even an ending cutscene. It's just you go right to the credits scene and back to the main menu. You get a mission complete scene, a complete screen saying, "You mission complete. The city is now free from the Sovcon's tyranny," or some shit. It's like that's it. But hey, the devs did say thank you for playing in the credits, and I always love when a game does that. I'm not trying to shit on this game. I'm not trying to knock it too hard. It has problems. It has problems. I'm sure some. I'm willing to even give them the benefit of the doubt and say that some of these problems were probably because of having to rework their game from their original concept when the publisher or whatever told them to do so. I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt, but that still doesn't change the fact that this game has problems, and yeah, that's why it's getting an orange rating. If you don't, I believe I've said this before, but I have a bad memory, so I'm gonna repeat this real quick. My ratings are: if it's blue, it's a personal favorite. I am incredibly biased towards it. Either it's a game I absolutely adore, or it's a game that I genuinely consider one of my favorite games of all time, whether in my top 10, top 50, what the fuck ever. If it's a green rating, it's a anywhere from a good to a really great game on its own merits without my bias. No, without my while trying to keep my personal bias out of it as much as possible. If it's orange rating, it's an okay game that has flaws and a game I probably wouldn't recommend to people. If it's a red rating, do not expect that game to stay in my offline collection. That is going bye-bye. I don't think. I think the last time I played a game I rated red was a game I never even finished, Duke Nukem Forever. God, that game was so ass. Anyway, that's it for this entry. See you next time. We're starting the Suda train, baby. It's recording. Okay, cool. The silver case. I got in the Suda train. I haven't done this for a bit. I might have to do some editing as well for, I think, one of the Slave Zero games. The silver case. I really enjoyed it. My thoughts on the silver case and the 25th ward are kind of they're different. They're a bit different from each other. For the silver case, I think it was more about people, and I know I'm going to sound pretentious here, but I like Suda's games, and I like trying to. I kind of like it trying to apply some level of meaning to some of them. Um, Not all of them, obviously. The silver case is about people.
in my opinion. It's, what makes a criminal? What makes a person commit crime? What makes a person do what they do? How do they tick? Uh, I particularly like that the setting for the silver case is during a time when the internet is just becoming a big thing. Like there's actually a point in the game where cybercrime is apparently on the rise, and the people in the heinous crimes unit are kind of like, well, this is something new that we're not used to dealing with, because the internet, it's like the internet is just now becoming more than a infant stage hobbyist toy. It's now becoming more widespread, more commonly used by the greater populace. Um, I kind of dig that. I like settings where I think it is more interesting to do a setting. I think there are three kinds of settings I'm gonna list here. Settings where you go back to before the internet was as widespread as it is. Settings where you depict a futuristic setting, but specifically the settings that such settings that were made way back, like 1999, turn of the millennium, Batman Beyond gets released, and they have an interesting way of showing their idea of the future. I don't know what it means exactly, but there's a TV tropes term for this called Z-Rust. Like the idea, it's like how old TV, old anime, old cartoons depicted the future back during times when even the internet itself was still kind of young. Um, and then the third one is set the same shit, settings in the future, uh, futuristic settings, but done in a modern day, which I think are honestly very weak, tend to be kind of weak, and oftentimes bleeding into each other, being very samey. Um, so I like Silver Case kind of going back to that first thing I said, the first instance, which is before internet's so widespread. Like you got two different sides. You got transmitter and you got placebo, and in placebo, for example, the guy you're playing as a freelance journalist has his own personal computer, but it literally does the most basic bare bones functions, because again, it's the like early infancy of the internet. Wow, I can get emails on this. This is amazing. I can go to IRC chat rooms. I love shit like that. It's and then when the internet's and this is literally like the in the middle of the game's plot, the internet is starting. It's the turning point where the internet is starting to become more widespread, and the HCU guys are like, well, fuck, now we gotta deal with cybercrime. This new hot newfangled thing called cybercrime. I loved that. Some of the stuff, without giving any major spoilers away, some of the stuff does kind of link together. Some of the stuff is very unrelated, uh, but I loved a lot of it. There's still the crazy thing is that there's stuff you can find out about this game and its setting and its characters that's not even in the game itself. It's in like extra materials and shit. So yeah, I really liked that. Flower, Sun, and Rain was the next one. I went off of a chart for the Kill the Past games. Um, it is. Oh yeah, but real quick, I almost forgot to mention. Great soundtrack, and I loved the whole. I loved the idea of the 24 words. I also loved the keys jangling in your face. This is an opinion I have for both the Silver Case and the 25th Ward. because it comes back there. Um, it is one of the most, if not the most interesting um, use of UI I have seen in a mostly visual novel style game, where the UI itself is kind of alive and constantly moving around. Um, I don't remember if I said this about Psychopomp Gold, but I had a similar experience in that where like your entire HUD is basically the helmet you're wearing. And the fucked up helmet contraption Pompey is wearing. I like that. I like weird shit like that. Or yeah, stuff like that. But I was gonna say something about a game I haven't beaten yet, but yeah, it doesn't matter. So, Flower Sun and Rain for the Nintendo DS. Very different. A lot more lighthearted. A lot more lighthearted for a game that centers around you. Yo, you have to stop this bomb that's gonna blow up on a plane. Um, I really the main things I'm gonna say about this are soundtrack wise, it was okay. I liked it, not quite as much as the other games, but it was pretty good. It was pretty okay. Also, as you can tell, I did not give it the all time favorite rating I gave to like every other Suda game that I've played so far, because it's a game that does some good bits and some very important setup for the overall plot. There are returning characters. There are characters that will come back. That's all I'm going to say. There were a couple of tedious moments in the game where you walk a lot. The funny thing is, Suda even lampshades this by having one bit in the game where you have to go to and from this location literally on like the ass end of the game map of the game's world. And you do it one time and you have to go back like two or three more times, but every time you go back, you get to steal the local mailman's bike to just fast travel there. And then the dude, what's his name, Edo, the receptionist, lampshades this when you're finished, when you do it like the final time. We're like, you cheated a bit, making it easier using the bike. Oh yeah, that's another thing. There are some fourth wall breaks that are a couple of minor fourth wall breaks that are pretty fun. That I'm not going to talk about because it would spoil the surprise. One of them in particular was fucking hilarious, though, and it's really you'll know when you see it. It's really in your face about it, but in a way that made me laugh a lot. The very end of the game had me kind of going like screaming, going, yo, what the fuck? While my friend who has been kind of following me through my adventure, a good friend of mine who's into Suda, has been following me through my adventures through his games. And when I got to the point at the very end of FSR, I am flipping the fuck out, and he is laughing his ass off. It is worth it. Um, I like one thing it does, the prominent thing it does, which is you're given a guidebook to the island, and it's kind of a very minor math puzzle, but also mostly word search type deal, where you'll have to numerous times in every chapter you'll have to come up with a with a number combination using what's the guy's name? The main character, I don't remember his name. Using the main character's little handy dandy portable computer thing. Um, to a multi-purpose like hacking tool thing. You have to put in a number phrase, a number combination. Sometimes there's a little bit of math puzzling involved, but usually it's you pull the guide. Literally you pull the almost 50-page guidebook that has everything you need to know about Lost Pass Island out, and look for the right page related to the topic that you are specifically uh, working on on a number combination for, and just do a bit of word searching through the articles. Towards the end of the game, there is a legit, just straight series of math problem combination puzzles, and though it's not that they were tedious because you get like I think a dozen and a half or 20 thrown at you at the end, like at the end of the game, and it's like this is just we needed to pad the con. This it felt like we needed to pad the content. I thought it was tedious. I was kind of falling asleep. All the cool shit that happens at the end though made up for it. Fatal Fury for the Neo Geo CD. I could not get Fightcade working. So I'm a fan of certain VTubers, particularly Supermatch is one of the VTubers I'm a fan of. I watched her playing Real About Fatal Fury one day, and I'm like, you know what? I'll get into it. I spent like a few hours trying to hammer this shit out. A friend of mine was like, "Oh, use Fightcade," and I try that, and not only is my controller not working with it properly, my husband, not only is my controller hooked up via USB not working properly, my inputs are randomly happening in my Fightcade. And like it's controlling itself and being stupid and inputting random inputs. I'm like, yeah, I'm force closing this before anything happens, anything annoying happens. And I ended up using RetroArch, but it didn't work right out the box. I troubleshooted this for like a couple hours. Finally got shit working. Kind of worth it. These dudes read your inputs. So I was not ready though. I was not ready for SNK. That's the name. I was not ready for SNK games, man. But I did it. They read your inputs like a motherfucker. I think I'd have to find the image again, and I don't feel like doing that right now. I went like 40 something losses, 6 victories against Geese Howard. Each victory being like you beat 1 round out of 3. And I finally got my 2 out of 3 round victory on this fucker. And I had to abuse so much of the game systems to do it. I think in the end I did it by just throwing him. I like kept fucking with the AI a bit and and also getting really lucky. Ended up throwing his ass enough times to KO him 2 rounds in a row. And the feeling of achieving that victory was overwhelming. 25th Ward, technically on the Suda chart, 25th Ward is after Killer 7, but technically on the chart I'm using Killer's Dead also isn't there. My good friend that's, tracking my adventures through Suda's games told me, nah, dude, play 25th Ward first after FSR while it's still fresh in your mind. So I did. And I see why he told me that. This time around, you have three different paths instead of just 2. You have correctness, placebo, and matchmaker. And I loved all 3 of them. The whole point of it is you're in the 25th ward now, which is the 24 wards alone were an experiment. The 25th ward is now an even bigger experiment. You have the latest experiment, and I loved a lot of the conspiracy shit going on with Kamui and all that stuff and Silvercase. The 25th ward stuff was like, it was like, oh, we got more for you. Open up. We got more for you. All the conspiracy shit going on in the 25th ward was great. If the Silvercase was about people, the 25th ward was about people becoming part of a system. A lot of the 25th ward's thematics are about a lot of the how do I put this? In the silver case, I feel like you're kind of meant to get attached to a lot of the characters. And there are characters to get attached to in the 25th Ward, but at the same time, I feel like a lot of the extra characters per chapter are kind of there are there not to get are there but in a less detached way, in a way that is meant to be you for you to be less attached to, and not in like the bad way, and like these are all cogs in a system kind of. A big theme of 25th Ward is that all residents of the 25th Ward are kind of parts of the great machine that is the 25th Ward. And all the parts have to work in proper unison, or it doesn't work. That's a big theme. That's not like a major spoiler or even a spoiler at all or anything. It's just a major theme of it. Um, Killer also really good music. Oh yeah, the number combination thing comes back, but it's not a word search anymore. It's more like it's testing your memory. Like there's even one point where you're given a fuck ton of direction instructions. Like literally you need to write this shit down if you can't perfectly remember it, or just use a guide. Um, Killer and great soundtrack too. Killer 7, amazing soundtrack. I grabbed the soundtrack for Silver Case 25th Ward and Killer 7. I was blown away by just how many songs Killer 7, how many tracks Killer 7 had. I think the best one is Rave On, which is I think Suda took the little bit I've heard, mainly from the chart itself I was using, say that many people consider this Suda's magnum opus. And oh, real quick, um, props to remaking some of these games. By the way, Killer 7 and Silver Case were originally for PS1. The 25th Ward was originally a phone game, if I remember right. And it would not exist in a playable state right now if they didn't remake it for PC. So props to Grasshopper or whoever did it. I'm pretty sure it was Grasshopper Manufacturer that did it. Props to them for making a PC remake. But yeah, back to Killer 7. Killer 7's interesting. Its plotline almost... Once again, I'm going to apply a theme here. There's a lot of kill the past. It's supposed to be kill the past in a lot of this shit, right? In some way. But in Killer 7, the theme is legit. Well, I don't know if it's a theme or just a big point the game's trying to make is legit. The idea of not actually knowing what really happens. See, there's extra materials called Handbook in Killer 7, I believe, and it directly contradicts what happens in the game. And if I have it right, the actual canon, is that there is no true canon. The actual canon is that we don't know if the events that happened in the game played out exactly like that, or if the events in Hand in Killer 7 or whatever it's called happened exactly like, if the events happened exactly like Hand in Killer 7 describes. The idea behind it is how muddled everything can get when things are being purposefully misconstrued, made to be misconstrued and misleading, and impossible to get in the right order. And I like that. I don't think that's a full. I don't think that's a full. What's the word? I don't think that's a proper spoiler for anything, but that's my opinion. So, now a friend of mine told me Oh no, you got to play Killers. A separate friend of mine, not the one that's been following my adventures through these games, told me, you got to play Killer is Dead. I'm like, well, this chart I have doesn't list it, but doesn't say that's part of this of the Kill the Past series. He's like, no, it is. It is. He comes back in a game. The main character of Killer is Dead comes back in a game. Shows back up in a later Suda game. I'm like, okay. Uh, I say no more. That's all I need to know. Don't spoil me too much. I played it. It's very short. It is a massive love letter to slasher games. I'm not. I can't really say I have a proper theme here. Killer 7 was crazy in its own fun little way. But it had some central themes. The idea of everything getting muddled up and not being sure what the actual story is. The idea of the endless conflict of struggle and war. And no, I'm not kidding. It had some interesting themes. Killer is Dead. Yo, we're a government branch, or like we're a legally recognized office for executions. You pay us money for us to kill people, someone of your choosing. And then big cool dude, literally with big cool cyborg arm named Zappa Mondo, with beloved katana, whatever the fuck it's called, brushes his hair back and goes, "The job, Killer is Dead," and then you just slash the shit out of everything. There's various side missions that range from timed missions, uh, where you have to you retrieve an item while fighting through hordes of enemies, to there's literally a singular mission, I think, that is a turret mission, and like I said, it's a short game. If you do only the story content, you can get done with it in a matter of hours. If you do as much of the extra content as you can, you'd probably be there for a few more hours at most. There's like a turret, one side mission that's a turret mission. That's literally the only time this shows up, I think. There's another side mission that is a very minor, like, enemy extermination mission that you get at the beginning of the game. Side missions are all redoable. They're a way to very slowly farm money. A way to very slowly farm money, and you need money for not upgrades. You use what do you use again? Like moon points or some shit. I don't even remember. But you get these moon points that you spend on upgrades. There's a handful of upgrades in the entire game. It's it's an interesting game in that it's a case where I would unironically say less is more, because that's what it does. If I had to pick, and it's not even like a theme; it's just a thing the game does. Less is more. There's your main story missions, which there's like so many of, and there's maybe about the same amount of side missions, and most of them are not that. Most of them are most of the side missions are very small. Some of the story missions aren't even that big. Um, I'm not trying to like spoil the size of the game, but it's a short game, but it's a very satisfying game. It's literally like you have the simplest combos possible. You have a button to attack, you have a button to dash and block slash parry, and then you have a button to guard break, and that's it. So, and again, normally I would say this is a bad thing. Like, oh, look at me, I'm just comboing enemies over and over and over by hitting the same button 50 fucking times. But there are combos. There are minor combos that flow into each other and get really flashy and intricate. And there's actually weight. There actually feels like weight behind it. It doesn't feel like I'm like everything's ineffective. You will be using your tools. You'll be using your dash, your block, your parry, your guard break. You'll be hitting that right trigger and right bumper to activate your gun mode on occasion. It's very simple combat that was designed in such a way that it flows, in my opinion, flows perfectly and intricately enough that it feels amazing. Uh, all in all, I fucking loved it. I did not do all the side content. I did the most important ones stuff though. I did all the Gigolo missions. I did maybe half of the side missions. I really enjoyed it. You want to know what the Gigolo missions are? Play it yourself. Very fun. I said Killer 7 is crazy in its own way. Killer is Dead is crazy in a completely different way, by the way. That I don't even know how to describe without spoiling anything I say here would spoil any major moment of the game that made me just start flipping the fuck out. And then finally, oh, whoops. And then finally we have Undertale. So about 2 weeks ago, a friend of mine DMs me. He's one of my he's probably my closest friend actually. He DMs me. He's like, "Yo, dude, I have a request for you. You got better internet now. You can stream, right? You've been streaming some stuff occasionally. I want you to play. Stream it if you can, but I want you to play Undertale in chapters 1 and 2 of Deltarune. Because chapters 3 and 4 of Deltarune are coming out next month on the 5th. He says this to me about 2 weeks ago. I think it's the 7th now of June. I'm like, sure, man. And I went through a lot of it. In hindsight, I feel like I want to give it the blue rating, but the thing is, the blue rating is the biased rating. The blue rating is literally, this is a game I am very biased towards and consider a personal favorite. I'm not going to say I'm biased towards Undertale. I think it's a great game. I like a lot of things about it. I did the pacifist run first, and then went back to get the pacifist ending because it doesn't let you do that. It gives you the neutral ending the first time, and then I did the genocide route, and I got as far as the toughest fight in the genocide route. Was stuck on that for about 3 days because it turns out I'm very bad at this. It turns out I do not have the reflexes I thought I did for video games anymore. Like, child me would probably point and laugh at me and then do that hardest fight in like 2 hours tops. Or he would just be up all night doing it until it was done. No, current me is like, oh, I've been at this for like 2 days. I'm getting tired. I'm getting fatigued and burned out. I'm just gonna watch a video of the rest of the genocide route and move on to Deltarune. I did bitch out, but I got all the content out of it, and I technically completed the game. Not listed here, but I'll probably put it in special mentions. Let's just do that special mention. Where is it? I usually have it to the right. Yeah. Special brain fingers, please. Special mentions. Deltarune. So I played Deltarune chapters 1 and 2 probably up to 2 or 3 days before the 5th. And I did the bonus bosses, the secret bosses as well. I had a lot of fun with it. Then a couple days ago, chapters 3 and 4 came out. I did that, and I loved all of it. There's like one secret boss I haven't done because again, I'm not that great at this kind of shit. But I got until next year to do it because chapter 5 is apparently coming out next year. So I still have the game installed. I'll take a crack at it here and there because one thing I like is For some of the most important stuff, you can go back and do it. And as long as you have that on your overall saves, you can actually go back to retrieve stuff at a specific point in one of the main hub areas that you achieved without having to go back and redo whole chapters. Which, God, that would fucking suck. So, so I had a lot of fun with it. I like a lot, like with Undertale. With Delta and Undertale, I liked the music. I liked a lot of the character development. I liked a lot of the dumb jokes. Um, this is where I say I went into these knowing nothing. Literally, I've said I repeated this multiple times to friends of mine when I started playing Undertale about 2 weeks ago. I don't know anything about Undertale other than three things. One, the copious amounts of Toriel hentai. Two, there is a flower that is apparently an asshole. Three, there is a funny skeleton man. And I didn't know anything about those latter two beyond there is a flower that is an asshole, supposedly an asshole, and there is a little skeleton man that's pretty funny and jovial. That's all I knew. I live under a rock when it comes to these things on purpose so that I can go into these kinds of games knowing as little as fucking possible. And I got my time out of it. I got my enjoyment out of it. So yeah, I I do like um I do like these games. I look forward to more of Deltarune. Um, Toby Fox really knows how to get me with these games sometimes, both in terms of hitting me right in the feels and making me laugh. And I say that unironically. I don't know anything about the fan base other than the fan base is apparently insufferable. And to anyone that's like, oh, I don't like these games for Toby Fox because their fan base is atrocious. If Toby Fox never made these games, the same groups of people would be being retarded over something else. It's like the argument of blaming guns and not the people that use them. People are retarded. Let's be honest about this. The same crowd that got insufferable over Undertale and Deltarune would be insufferable about something else if those games didn't exist. That's the way I look at it. And I shouldn't even be talking about that anyway. This is a review about the games. And the games were good. I liked them. Uh, I don't really want to say anything beyond that. I don't want to spoil anything. I want people to go into these kinds of games knowing nothing, knowing as little as possible. Go in knowing the 3 points I just made if you can. If you can't, I'm sorry. You don't have a retard switch in your brain like I do to just turn off your memory about something if you were ever spoiled on anything, because that is how I operate. If I was ever told about anything about that little flower or that skeleton or whatever the fuck in the past, beyond what I went into Undertale knowing 2 weeks ago, I probably promptly fucking forgot. And I love that about myself. So I look forward to more Toby Fox. You did good. I'm in the middle of Heat On right now because, again, I had a couple days to kill before chapters 3 and 4 came out of Deltarune. Started that, did the first episode of 2. I'm a few levels into the second episode. I'll tell my full opinions when I'm done, and I'll record my full opinions when I'm done. I really enjoyed what I played so far this year, even if it's not been much. But I'm trying to get things going. I'm trying to do more. Current date is 10/25/2025. I missed a couple of games. They're going to go in the list in the order that I beat, in the same order I beat them. I'm just putting the date for posterity. Heat On. Friend really wanted me to play this game, and I love me some boom shoots. I also adore and respect the developer of this game, a lone individual, at last I checked, who knows what he wants. He wants Dami Mommy Muscle Girls. You play as a tall, muscular, hot demon lady. Uh, all the women in the game, tall, muscular ladies. Me likey. I think my favorite thing is there's secrets in this game, and some of them just flat out have uh, borderline erotic art of muscular demon and orc chicks, and what were the other ones? Goblin chicks or whatever. I think like one of them was a secret within a secret. In fact, and it's just this magazine with like hot monster demon women in it on the pages, and like that, like yeah, I know what you like, and I'm down with that. I like it too. Um, the weapons were pretty nice. The frag fire gun, the pain gun, the cry lance. I liked the potion gun as the grenade launcher in the game. Had I think like two, three different types of potions you could shoot out of it. It's a very inventive way to have a grenade launcher, calling it the potion, like in this kind of setting, the potion gun. Um, what was it called again? The Hellclaw. The Hellclaw, literally just being you fight a hellhound. I think it was like you fight a hellhound, you kill it, and you tear its fucking hand off. And your way of restoring ammo is killing hellhounds, and tearing their hands off to replenish the ammo you have and the one you're holding. That's fucking sick. I like the map design. The usual key hunting is present here. I don't really have any complaints. I think I played on normal, if not the second hardest difficulty, and there were times where I felt a bit overwhelmed, but the aftermath was so fucking worth it. I think I even tweeted a couple images of that shit. You There were a couple moments where like holy shit, this is a big part of the game and 30, 40, 50 enemies are filtering in for me to fight all at once, and it was a bit frustrating and it was a bit hard, but at the end of it I'm looking around and I just see blood everywhere. The body's obviously despawned, but blood is fucking everywhere. It is a massacre. I literally paint the room red. I already said this, but I did love the level design. I loved the whole progression. I think I played the extra thick edition, which included Blood Right, the second episode, and I liked that. Uh, I think the creator's working on something else, but it's something I think, but it's something he's working on his own time. And again, last I checked, it was one man that made this shit, and dude's fucking insane. Oh yeah, he did some shit. I He did stuff with the engine I wasn't expecting, especially there's a later part where you're like in universe, you're basically exploring the mind of a person, I think, or some magic like maze bullshit that this mage set up. But it's like one of the two. And the shit this dude did with the game engine and in that part of the game, just I wasn't expecting it. Um, I don't really have much else to say. Solid game. Apparently, there's a mod for it that my friend wants me to play, but that's for another time. So, I'm gonna be honest. I would give this game a 10 out of 10, maybe at worst a 9 out of 10. if I had to give it an out of 10 rating. No More Heroes for the PC. My my only complaint is not even a proper complaint. The opening what do you fucking call it? The opening video is dog shit quality, but it's dog shit quality because it's the opening video for a fucking Wii game. Everything else is fine, and which means I can't even be mad at that. Everything else is fine. Everything else is good quality. It The best I can describe it is that there were things in the very beginning of the game, like when I started doing the tutorial, that I was like, oh man, I don't think I like this, or I don't know if I'm gonna get used to this. And by the end of the game, I was like, oh no, I love all of this. Being told to use the right thumbstick for the Wii motion control shit for the kill moves and stuff, or when you stun an enemy and get a good hit in. I was like, oh man, I don't know if I'm gonna get used to this one. This feels weird. No, by the end of the game, I was locked in. I was in it. I was enjoying it. The way the game controlled. Um, the way the beam saber kind the I'm sorry, the beam katana uh kind of like leaves after images. I was like, oh man, that looks jank as fuck. But by the end of the game, I was like, oh no, that's actually sick. Um, I love everything about this game. And oh, and as a quick refresher, most of Suda's games are about something. Probably the only one, the Silver Case, Flower, Sun, and Rain, the 25th Ward, Killer 7. Probably the only one I've had trouble pinning down is Killer is Dead. But there is a meaning. There is a meaning. There's a kill the past meaning behind all of Suda's games that are involved in the Kill the Past series. There is a message he's conveying or a story he's telling of sorts. Mostly it's a message he's conveying. And in the case of No More Heroes, I'm gonna give the long version anyway, but to paraphrase the way my friend put it, it is a deconstruction of the American dream. I said it a bit longer than that. It is a deconstruction of that path to the top. The whole point of No More Heroes is that your guy Travis Touchdown wants to become number one. He wants to become number one in the assassin rankings. But he doesn't really have a reason for it. Now, not everyone, but some of the people he fights come off as more sympathetic, come off as having more justifiable reasons for doing anything they do, for being the way they are. I guess the as opposed to Travis Touchdown, who is literally just in it for pussy. He's not even in it for the money. He doesn't even care about the money. He wants the psychotic French bitch that recruited him into the Assassin Association to do it with him one time if he hits number one ranking. That is his goal. Travis is literally a loser otaku and everything that I vibe with. He lives in a fucking motel. His best friend is, and I'm saying this in a sort of endearing way. His best friend is his cat. And make no mistake, Jean is a perfect girl. She is the best girl. And he is into moe. I love everything. I love everything about Travis. He is the coolest loser, is how I would describe him. So, but the point of this game is a deconstruction that climb to the top. Travis doesn't have a deep reason for wanting to get to the top. He it's two reasons. It's two reasons he repeatedly says throughout the game. To get laid and to be number one. He just wants to be number one. He just wants to prove he's the strongest. There is no deep meaning behind it. He is an asshole through and through to everyone, just about everyone he meets. I'm sorry. And that climb to the top, it's not glorified. If anything, it's corporatized. In fact, the Assassin Association, it's not some glorious thing. You know, every time you rank up, there's no real fanfare to it. It's more like a promotion, and your reward for ranking up, your reward for achieving that promotion, is more work and having to pay more money than you did previously for the next ranked fight. You are the rank 10 and the start of the no, sorry, the rank 11th at the start of the game. You immediately become the rank. Your very first mission is kill the rank 10. You immediately become the rank 10. That is your tutorial level, basically. And despite being the Sylvia's like, um, so you hit rank 10. Little interruption. You hit rank 10. And so it's like, okay, go to this place called K Entertainment. They have jobs for you. You go in. You're the rank 10 assassin in the whole association. Right? And they're like, yo, you're a fucking nobody. You are literally nobody. We don't just hand out jobs to nobodies. We hand out jobs to real assassins. Go to the fucking job center. Go to the job center. You go to the job center, your very first task is kicking and punching trees with combos to make coconuts fall. And then poop walking them back to the dude at the stand. All of your other tasks are like this. And they are menial as fuck. And it kind of ties in with something else, but like they're menial as fuck. Literally mowing grass, picking up trash, rescuing lost cats. Then it gets into stuff that's not just menial, but it's dangerous, like disarming a minefield, or using a metal detector in your beam katana, or picking up poisonous scorpions in a field using the same tongs and basket you picked up trash with, but this time they can poison and kill you. I literally said this to a friend. This is just the trash mini game again, the trash mission again, but this time the trash can poison you. But so the whole point is, even if Travis is a high ranking now in this Assassin Association, he's a fucking broke ass loser. There is a deeper reason for this, but I'm not gonna say it. It would spoil too much. But like I said, and I'm sorry for repeating this, it is literally just a deconstruction of that climb to the top. Travis, there's no fanfare. Travis's ascension is not celebrated by anyone. He is mocked relentlessly, in fact, for it by other characters. And I'm even going to go as far as to say one complaint that I saw, and I don't even know how to say this complaint, more like just a basic opinion that a good friend of mine had about it when he started watching me play No More Heroes 2, is yeah, the exploration in Sand and Destroy wasn't that great. And I was like, well, I think there's a reason for that. I do think so. It is not just that Travis is a broke ass loser, otaku. Everyone everyone in the hero rankings is just the very first guy you kill, not the guy in the opening cinematic, but the very first guy you kill in your first act in your tutorial level, number 10. He's literally just a dude who's basically living the retired life. He no longer sees the point in climbing up. He's happy where he is. Um, Another person you fight is literally from is literally has a broken family, a daughter who refuses to even acknowledge him, and a wife that probably has divorced him or something. I don't remember. Another one is literally just. There's another one I don't want to spoil that's literally just depressing. All these people in these assassin rankings have either become like jaded as fuck or depressed as fuck or both with everything around them. And Santa Destroy itself is a shithole. It's a shithole with glorified wrestling themed stuff like burger suplex and well, God, I forget what the bus company was you use at one point. But like burger suplex, beef head video. It's pizza butt. It's literally just a glorified wrestling themed shithole. The the area, the entire world that they made, and now admittedly there is a technical reason for this as well because it's a Wii game. That's why the world you can explore, the GTA like world you can explore in this game is kind of barren. But I also think that it's purposefully done for narrative purposes by Suda. No one wants to live in Santa Destroy. The only people that are there are people that can't escape, that can't move out, or are there for very specific reasons. Quite literally, this is not the city of adventure that these stories usually have. This is not the glorified ascension these stories usually have. And I love it. I'm sorry it took so long to say all this, but like, it's kind of blatant, and I love it. Speaking of, a friend told me early on in me playing this, a friend told me, by the way, it's set in Santa Destroy because Suda loves luchadors and wrestling and wrestlers, and I'm like, you don't need to tell. I don't need to know that to know that Suda that little tidbit to know Suda loves wrestling. I can kind of tell from the fact that there's 50 fucking cards you can collect, and yes, I kept an eye out for all of them. 50 cards you can collect for wrestlers. And every time you get a card, one of the collectible cards, Travis gets their mask hanging on his wall. Everything being wrestling themed, the collectible cards, the masks, uh, the fact that you have an entire system where you can stun enemies, which unless I was doing a time sensitive job, assassin side job, I was using that gratuitously. I was getting what I could in. You have a whole system for stunning enemies and performing wrestling moves on. You unlock more wrestling moves as you go on. You unlock them through videos you rent and that you rent or buy or whatever, and view at Beefhead Video. You unlock them with these collectibles that are just right there, right before you fight each ranker. Um, I forget. I don't think there's any other way you unlock wrestling moves actually, and it's all great. You go to Naomi's lab and you upgrade your beam katana. At first you buy. It's like there's three different. You start out with Bloodberry, then there's like three different ones. There's Subaki Mark 1, 2, and 3, and I love that shit. Mark 1 is just a more polished beam katana. Mark II is literally more like a club made of several beam katana beams, like in a circle. And I think that was probably that was definitely my favorite for a while until I got and fully upgraded the Mark III. And the Mark III is just a proper ass beam katana, like a literal katana. Uh, and I loved the way the Mark II and Mark III played. Something I subconsciously noticed but never really thought about until friends pointed it out while watching me play it was uh, every time you go to Naomi's lab and you buy, I don't remember if it's like if it's any upgrade or if it's specifically buying the new weapon, but every time you buy at least the new weapon that she has for you, her breasts get bigger when you go back. If you leave and go back, her breasts are bigger. Her breasts get bigger as you progress your fucking weapon, and I think that's in its own way. I think it's really charming. Um, I loved the Levikov balls. The Levikov ball thing was really fun. It's all a Killer 7 reference. You go to this place called Golden Time, uh, to this bar, and this dude's like, "Yo, bring me 7 balls, and I'll teach you a technique." It's also a Dragon Ball reference, obviously, but it's all one big Killer 7 reference. There are 7 techniques. You need 7 balls for one technique, so there's 49 balls total, which is 7 times 7. And then each of the techniques you learn is based on one of a member of the Smith Syndicate. You have like what's it like, memory of tattoo, memory of child, memory of woman, memory of mask. So yeah, uh, let's see. I liked the fact that you could also like kick open the dumpsters throughout the map to get more T-shirts. I liked that you can customize Travis's drip. I'm gonna be honest. I For a while I rocked the pink no, not pink, it was more like a beige, I think, actually. Mount Fuji jacket. And I specifically rocked the t-shirt for the brown girl from the bizarre jelly, the magical girls, the really the flat-chested brown girl. I rocked that shit. But as soon as I saw the bare knuckle shirt, I'm like, bare knuckle, yeah. And my friend actually asked me, he's like, "Do you even know what bare knuckle is?" I'm like, "What do you mean? Of course I do. It's fucking Streets of Rage." Oh, I loved it. I think I rocked the bare knuckle shirt until the end of the game when I could get the full moe drip. The white pants with the hearts on it, the white heart belt, the the pink bizarre jelly jacket, and of course I rocked the starting shirt that's just all bizarre jelly heroes. I'm like, fuck it, I'm representing moe. Uh, the grinding is not that bad. On By the way, I think that's like the one actual complaint I could probably see people having. I grinded the best stuff I could find to grind for the fastest income gain, just for the bare minimum of getting upgrades and getting the upgrades at like the gym and Naomi's lab every chapter. Or I'm sorry, every rank, I meant to say, and then what I needed for the next rank up fight. And I think by the end of the game, when I had to grind, you have to grind like 999,999 dollars for that last upgrade. And I'm just like, fuck it. I can easily get about 150 per. So anywhere in the ballpark, like 115 to 140 something thousand per on this one mission that's right down the street from the K Entertainment building. And I can just keep going back and forth, back and forth. And it took me maybe a half an hour or so, and I had enough to get the final upgrade. Um, I love the piss Suda took with the normal ending, and then I saw the real ending, and I'm gonna be honest. So you have the final ranked fight in the game, which throws so much at you out of nowhere. Then you have the fake ending, which is just a shitpost. And you have the real ending, which actually plays it straight instead. And that real ending, I can't say shit about it. I cannot say shit about it, but God, it felt good. It was, it was, it was. There's no glory to it. There's, I gotta say this much at least. There's no glory to it. There's no glory to it. It's not on a big stage. It's not on. It's the epitome of this fucking game. It's the epitome of everything Suda is saying is telling you with this game's story and gameplay. It is literally. It's not going to be on a big stage. It's not going to be in front of a huge crowd. No, we're taking this shit out into the parking lot. We're taking this shit out into the parking lot, and that's where we're gonna finish this shit. That's it. And it was just so cool. I finished this game just last night, by the way. You can tell in my voice, I'm still feeling it. I had to do this entry as soon as possible. I was too tired to do it last night. It was so fucking cool. This game is incredible. Like I said, bare minimum 9 out of 10, if not a 10 out of 10. I I loved this game. And I'm on No More Heroes 2 now. And I'm gonna keep this train rolling. I've done almost all of it. I've done almost all of it. Off the top of my head. Off the top of my head, I still have No More Heroes 2, Travis Strikes Again, No More Heroes 3. You can see on the off to the side there, red, blue, and green. That's a very small thing. You can see off to the right there, red, blue, and green. That's a very small thing. Sorry, another interruption. Um, that is a very small. I don't remember what it's supposed to be, but it's a game that was kind of like Lost, but fans managed to properly reconstruct it. I even looked up on how long to beat. It's like a barely 30-minute game apparently, but it apparently has something to do with the Kill the Path series, according to the chart I went off of. But yeah, there's that. There's Travis Strikes Again, No More Heroes 3, No More Heroes 2. I guess if I really want to go deep into it for the non-Kill the Path stuff, there's the Fire Pro Wrestling shit you see there. There's Shadows of the Damned. There's Let It Die. If Let It Die gets a proper PC, non-online, live service port or whatever, game or whatever, I think they're in the process of doing that. And if I really give a shit enough, and I do kind of want to, I've been trying to spruce up my Japanese. I need to do better at it. I want to eventually play the Moonlight and Twilight Syndrome games. I do. Sorry for all the unnecessary, unrelated stuff just there, but like, I love Suda and his games. And by the way, what was it again? Romeo's a Dead Man. He's got a new game coming out as of me recording this entry. June 15th, 2025. Looking forward to it. So I've been a bit busy last 3 days since my last entry. Powered through No More Heroes 2. Um, the simplest way I can put it is, uh, it's more of what the goodness that we got in No More Heroes 1, but gutted. Let's just list through the bullet points. I enjoy, for how barren a large part of the world was, I enjoyed exploring Santa Destroy in the first game. In the second game, you're relegated to a map for the city, which I'm going to be honest, I think that is the better choice considering everything else that Suda did with this game. For plot reasons, you don't even go to Beefhead Video anymore. The upgrade system for the weapons is gone. And honestly, kind of thank God for that. You don't pay money for ranking fights, and again, honestly, thank God for that. You get 4 weapons in the game, including your starting Bloodberry, and you only buy 2 of them. And again, thank God for that. And the reason I'm saying all of that is the way you make money in this game has been changed. The K Entertainment stuff is no longer available. Uh, so you can't get the higher paying gigs that involve actual assassin work. Instead, you do the menial tasks, which instead of being Travis being his goofy ass self, like in the first game, doing things like picking up trash, catching lost cats, instead, it is now in the form of little retro style mini games, which I adored. But after playing the bug catching one and Pipe Dream and the block fitting puzzle one so many times, I just stuck with what felt the most time and money efficient, which was doing the burger flipping one. I can just sit there and do with a single button for several minutes, and if I do good enough at the timing, I get about 50 grand a shot. So yeah, fortunately, there's way less to spend money on, but consequently, there's way less to do, and also consequently, you have less viable means of quickly accumulating funds. Like I said, everything kind of gutted and dumbed down a bit. Um, at one point in the game, you're introduced to the concept of not only can you climb up the ranks, but other people can climb up after you and challenge you for your rank. And then the game promptly uses this exactly once for an optional fight. I even double checked after I played to see if there was if anything I missed, and no, it's just the one fight. You're introduced to this concept for a single for the sake of giving you a reason, giving an explanation for why you're doing a single optional fight, and then it never comes up again. Um, like I said, you don't spend money on upgrades. So the way it works now is you start with Bloodberry, you get the Tsubaki Mark III right away from Naomi for 50 grand, which I found out is called the Camellia. The whole line has been actually called the Camellia in the original Japanese translation. So I'm going to call it that from now on. So you get the Camellia Mark III for 50 grand. Now, early game, before that was before I got at you can get this pretty much right away. And I think by that point you had only access to the bug catching and one other mini game for money. So yeah, I basically just farmed the shit out of that early game to get the Chameleon Mark III. And it is fucking cool. I found really quickly that the Bloodberry has a shit battery life. It's the most balanced weapon, but it has for a long fights it has a shit battery life. Some friends told me that knew about this stuff more than I do. Told me, oh no, yeah, it's not like the first game where you get your next weapon, you get all the upgrades for it, and it's the main thing you're gonna use until you get your next weapon. You have some reason to go back to previous weapons, but it's a sort of kind of but not really scenario. And they were right. As soon as I got the Chameleon Mark III, I never went back to the Bloodberry. As much as I hate to admit that, because I like the Bloodberry. Um, then you get the Peony, which is 300k from Naomi, which I did spend a lot of time in the burger flipping minigame to get. One thing I will say is the weapons kick ass. You instead of upgrades, you have the ecstasy meter, which it rises when the more you hit enemies without getting hit, and it lowers a good chunk whenever you do get hit. Like literally, you have to hit enemies a lot to get it to max, but it's not that hard to do it. It's pretty easy. And then if you get hit like once, twice, it goes down to like halfway or over halfway or below halfway. Uh, but I loved this system. And the higher your ecstasy is, the more cool shit you do. I forget what it is with Camellia Mark III, but I think it was longer chain combos. Camellia Mark III being, the actual beam katana that you do cool flip shit with. You get the peony. The peony and the fourth weapon are my two favorite weapons in the game. The peony is a big red beam sword, and I don't even call it a katana. It's a sword. It's a proper fucking sword because you get to max X. I think there's like two or three different levels of ecstasy meter where the sword's length increases, and then you get to max ecstasy, and you're literally swinging around. I like a 12 or 15 foot long beam sword. That is a room clear. It's basically your replacement for the Tsubaki Mark II in the first game. It's your power weapon, and I fucking loved it. In a story in a story upgrade, you get the Rose Nasty, where you're wielding two uh, two asymmetrical swords. Like one is shorter, one is shorter than the other, but they're basically you're dual wielding. Honestly, what looks to me like a pair of beam cutlasses or something. It's fucking sick. And like the Camellia Mark III, I almost keep calling it Smaki. Like the Camellia Mark III, I think your ecstasy benefit from this is just faster and more chain combos. Like I was getting to a point in the game where I was good enough with the Rose Nasty, where I was mad. I was like I had a perfect synchronization of because I think it doesn't show you like in the first game when you switch stances for low and high attacks, but it still works the same way. It just doesn't show you. I was getting to the point where I was doing like I think it was like three or four high attacks in a row, then a low attack, then back to three or four high attacks in a row, and literally at max ecstasy, I think I was getting to the point where I was doing infinite chains on people without letting them attack back. I guess that's why Suda gave some of the later bosses super armor to just no sell your shit so they can get some hits in. Uh, Overall, I did love the game. There's more I want to talk about, but like I did love the game. It's just it felt more gutted. After getting the Camellia Mark III and the Peony, I think the only thing I was spending money on was Ryan's gem, which replaces Thunder Ryu's gem, and clothes. And I think literally the only time I spent money on clothes, I bought the visor from the data set because it looked fucking sick and the old school jacket just because it looked good and was the most open of any jacket in the game and gives you the full view of his Bizarre Jelly 5 t-shirt that he starts the game with. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to say this, there's like 96 shirts, like about around the same amount of shirts in this game as the last one. Unfortunately, I was barely interested in any of them. I think the only one that and since you're not wandering the city, you don't find shirts in dumpsters like in the first game, which I loved doing. I loved going around looking for these shirts in dumpsters. Unfortunately, no. None of the shirts in No More Heroes 2 really interested me that much, except maybe the one. I think it was like the one you unlock near the end of the game that just has Travis holding up the sign in a police lineup with a shit-eating grin. I thought that was kind of funny. Uh, I just stuck with the Bizarre Jelly 5 shirt. Guy, you gotta represent the Moe. I'm also really disappointed that there's not a full-on Bizarre Jelly set like in the first game. I can't go out rocking the pink jacket with the Bizarre Jelly girls on the back and the Bizarre Jelly shirt on the front. Uh, let's see. And an interesting side, not side, an interesting like reversal. While you only go through Sand and Destroy with a map, unlike in the first game, now you can fully explore Travis's room, and there's a reason. Uh, Now instead of getting trading cards, Travis collects goodies and chests. And all chests look the same now, by the way. They all look the same. So you gotta just break every chest you see. Uh, and these goodies are basically bits of merchandise that he decorates his motel room with. And I thought, this is sick at first, and I realized that there's some stuff here that takes the piss. You start the game with all the wrestling masks from the trading cards from the previous game, and at one point you get a goodie that's like a nice big ass replica model of the Glastonbury mech, which Travis promptly puts hanging off the ceiling or propped up in the corner of the room, blocking like half the wrestling masks. I'm like, oh, that looks terrible. And then at a later point, you get another bit of Bizarre Jelly 5 merch. That's not just one of the posters. It is a big standing flag that's right in front of the Glastonbury. So now you can't see a good amount of Glastonbury. It's like this one corner of Travis's motel room is just a fucking disaster, a cluttered disaster. I did like the big ass Bizarre Jelly poster right across from his bed, and I did like the door curtain. No, I thought this stuff was cool. I thought all this stuff was cool, and I think at one point he gets a big cutout in the bathroom right next to the toilet of one of the Bizarre Jelly girls. I thought that was funny. I did not go back because there are goodies you see in there are goodies you get in the last level, and one of them I think was literally called ass washer. I'm streaming this to friends, and I just started losing. Like, what do you mean ass washer? Like a bidet or some shit? What are we talking about here? So I didn't go back, but I might just to see what the finalized shit is in his motel, because you get like 3 or 4 goodies in the last level. It's fun. It's a disaster. It's a decorating disaster, and I kind of vibe with it. Uh, I didn't think a weight and happiness management system for a cat is what I wanted in this game, but I loved the Jean mini game where you have to maintain her happiness with food and then exercise with her to make her lose weight so she's not a fat cat anymore. Jean is still God's perfect creature, by the way. Let's see. It's a shame though. You cannot interact with Jean outside of the minigame, and once you get her down to the appropriate weight, you can never interact with her again in the game. Um, there's really nothing else to discuss for side content because there really isn't any. Like I said, the game's kind of gutted compared to the first game. Really, most of the game, it's kind of why I finished the game so fast. I finished it in like 2 or 3 days. I think two. I think I finished it. I think I started it the night of the same day I finished No More Heroes. Got a bit sleepy after playing it for about an hour because it was really late at night. And I think over the next 2 days, yesterday and the day before, I finished No More Heroes 2. It it is very linear. It gets to a point where like you don't really have anything to do, but just do the ranked fights. That's it. There are the revenge missions, but they're literally you travel to the location, kill a bunch of dudes. It's kind of like the high paying assassin gigs, side gigs in the first game, except kind of sorta, except you don't really get paid for it. Also, fuck. I'm saying I'm not saying this to be mean, but fuck Suda for putting some of the goodies in those levels. You have to, and some of them are hidden like behind shit. So while you're doing what is basically a side mission where you're on a time limit to either kill everyone or kill a specific target, and no, that's bullshit. I think I missed one or two goodies before I realized this, and I just started. I just started like, fuck this. I'm not fighting. I'm just casing the whole place out like a hawk before I do anything. Make sure there's no chests left. Um, the bosses were pretty fun. You, I liked the way Suda did it. You start ranked 51st by killing the brother of the guy that you don't even get to kill yourself, that Travis kills in a fucking cinematic at the start of the first game. You fight Helter Skelter's brother, Skelter Helter. And I appreciate that Helter Skelter is a Dante is a big Dante reference, and Skelter Helter is a fucking Cloud Strife reference. Um, you start at rank 51st because, 51's all over the place, usually Suda 51. No, I didn't need to tell you that. Oh no, right. The Ryan shit. Oh god, I almost forgot this. And I do have to say something about this. So, unlike in the first game, your only source of upgrades is Ryan's gem for your health and your damage. And like with the menial side jobs, they're in the form of these retro style mini games. I did not like doing the last few attack boosting sessions where he throws dumbbells at you and literally if you let a single large dumbbell hit you, you fail automatic you fail, but it doesn't like kick you out automatically. You just have to go through the whole thing for him to tell you, yo, you suck shit, try again. It also doesn't tell you that how much money you're spending on it. It just takes money. It just takes money based on what rank you're at that point for your upgrades, for each individual upgrades. So like the later ones, last few I think take upwards to several or almost 10 grand an attempt. And I think I got to the point where I maxed my health out, did all the stamina training sessions, and I had like maybe three or four strength training sessions to do. I was like, no, I'll just finish the game like this. I'm good because I'm not gonna just keep going back to burger flipping to get enough to do like 5 attempts at a mini game, and that's just money down the drain every time I fail. I'm not making excuses. This is a skill issue. This is a skill issue on my part. I will admit that. I went into the finale of the game without my damage maxed out, and I got a friend who will probably tell me, well, maybe that's part of why you had such a hard time. But no, I was fine with it. I believe that I don't believe that that was that whole reason, because that final boss sucked ass. But we'll get to it. Oh god. So the bosses are pretty good. I liked what Suda did though. You start at rank 51st. You have your introductory fight to get to rank 50, and it's you're fighting the demo man from TF2. You're fighting the most Scottish Irish sounding fucking black dude that's a wannabe rapper who has a boombox that transforms into a pair of giant mech arms on the fly. And I get what Suda's going for this. It's it's just that it's right, unlike in some of his other games where it's a bit more nuanced and told through the setting and the story itself. It's kind of shoved in your face a bit. It's all about the cycle of revenge, the cycle of violence. And the guy's like, "Yo, Travis touchdown, the crownless king," which is what quite a few people call. Because the whole thing is like, some people in the Assassin Association is this official association, and some people in the rankings idolize Travis. They're like, "Yo, you're the guy that killed his way to the top, and then you just walked away." And there's even one boss near the end of the game that you fight. It's like visibly tired of all the killing, and Travis just makes a good point. He's like, and she's like, "What's your secret? What's your secret? How'd you do it? You're the one that killed you right at the top and walked away." And Travis just fucking is like, "What? Who fucking cares? If you don't like it, just walk away. Who gives a shit? If you don't want to be." If you want to be an assassin in this organization and just kill people for money and for ranking, then just fucking leave. Like, don't just sit there bitching about it. It's and I love that moment. I was laughing and I was like, this he's right. This man is 100% right. You don't like it, just fucking leave. Like throughout the whole game, there's not a single thing. This is just something I want to point out. There's not a single thing um shown, a single thing shown keeping them there. Like, oh, if you try to leave, the association will kill you. There's not a single thing like that shown throughout the game. So it's like you can literally walk away and just let the person below you have your rank automatically if you so choose and just leave. You're choosing to stay, but you're complaining about the cycle of violence. This is one of the more. I'm just gonna be honest about it. This is kind of to me. This is one of the more in your face, and kind of nonsensical suit of things. Like I've dick sucked him about his game so far, but this one was like he's telling a very basic. He has a very basic narrative point here, and the game isn't subtle about it at all. Uh, I do like the twist of it, and this isn't even a spoiler. It's something that you're shown literally at the very start of the game, but the main antagonist of this game is the CEO of Pizza Bat, which apparently Pizza Butt was a mistranslation in the first game. Uh, and he kills Travis's best friend, sends dudes to kill Travis's best friend, uh, and they do, and literally sends Travis the severed head of said friend. And the reason's because in the first game, there's like 3 or 4 missions where you kill the the Pizza Bat CEO as a side gig, and Travis canonically did that. And these CEOs were all part of the same family. They were the second game main antagonists, father and brothers. So of course he wants Travis to suffer as much as possible before he kills him. Again, it's about the cycle of revenge, cycle of violence, blah blah blah. I adored some of the fights. You fight the rank 50th person, and it turns or no the rank 49th person. Once you hit rank 50, and you go to the stadium, you're fighting one dude, and it turns out ranks 25 through 49 are a big burly football player who looks like a fucking space marine with how bulky his fucking whatever that shit he's wearing, that the shit he's wearing is, that has actual animated lighting on it for his team number. You're fighting him and his entire squad of cheerleaders that are ranked 26 through 49. Uh, and he's like, you know what? Let's do it like this. And they all combine piloting a mech. And then Travis reveals what is probably the very reason he is such a broke ass bitch in the second game. He commissioned Naomi to make him a 2-scale working Glastonbury mech. It's so fucking insane. Which immediately gets repoed by the association after the fight. It's oh, I loved this game. I love as bad as some of the to put it the way a friend put it, it has higher highs and lower lows. I don't think I would say all of the highs are higher than in the first game. I still think nothing in this game surpasses the actual final fight that the first game had. And the ending cutscene that followed. That was some of the hypest shit I've I've seen in years. In the last few years of playing video games. And I loved it. You can tell from the way I sounded in that last entry. I'm starting, and just thinking about it, I'm starting to get that level of hype and energy back. It's nothing in this game even remotely surpasses that, uh, or even comes close. But it did have some pretty good highs. I like. There's a bit where you fight as Shinobu for a couple of the ranked fights, who's standing in for Travis, and Shinobu. I'm okay with the way she plays. I wasn't really a fan of the jumping segments. She jumps instead of doing melee. Sorry, a friend of mine will rip my head off if I keep saying it the way I like to. Uh, and there's like one boss on the level where he plays Henry Cooldown, and I kind of jobbed a bit there at first because I was playing it normally. Like I was occasionally he has a dash instead of Travis's melee shit, melee shit. And I was like occasionally dashing, and I was like, man, I'm getting hit a lot. And then I realized, oh, this is the Henry cooldown. There's nothing different. He's not dumbed down at all. I'm doing a single dash here and there when he can chain 3 or 4 dashes, but we're having to stop for like half a second before he can chain the 3 or 4 dashes again. I'm meant to play this as if I am Henry Cooldown. I'm meant to dash around the arena like I'm on 24 different brands of coffee and a sleeve of meth. I just, I'm supposed to be zipping and zooming. Once I did, this is busted as shit. If I could do this in the normal gameplay, I think no boss would be able to touch me. Uh, um, I liked that they brought Let's Shake back for a proper fight, and it's one of the easy. It's like the easiest fight in the game, but it's still a sick ass fight. I liked the fight. Uh, and then we get to those. I think like oh no, I think it was like the rank 6 guy is literally just the epitome of manliness, and I fucking loved it. And I liked him as a character, and I liked him as a character a lot, and I felt bad for him afterwards. So hey, Suda got me to feel really close to one of his characters. I loved the Margaret Moonlight boss fight. Philistine is a sick fucking song. I like. Well, actually, let me rephrase that. I love Philistine and I love Margaret Moonlight the character. Her boss fight is one of the most cancerous fucking ones in the game. I'm not going to defend it. You spend most of that fight. I spent most of that fight dodging sniper shots to get in close. And once I got in close, I did not let her get away from me and out of melee range. I kept her locked in. I liked the other stuff. It was pretty cool. Final boss, kind of shit. The final boss is a a laughable joke at first, and then gets really fucking annoying. I'm sorry, but it is not a skill issue when you're fighting a boss who teleports everywhere and has teleporting punches. Like, what are my like? I have I think my best friend was watching me do this boss fight, and this is a guy who will tell me when who can and will tell me when he thinks I'm being bad at a game, like very very quickly. He'll be like, "You're kind of sucking shit at this." He gave me the full benefit of the doubt. He was like, "Oh no, this boss fight's shit. This boss fight is terrible. Like some of this shit, what are you supposed to do here? what are you even supposed to do about some of his attacks? Especially some of the later ones that are quite literally unblockable because they span the room and you can't dodge roll out of the way of all of them. You're gonna get hit by one. Um, Also, the fact that he has a bullshit instant kill move. If you're in the wrong position, you can just fucking lose the fight immediately. Um, and in the and in the actual finale of that fight, because of course there's a third phase to it. I don't care. Fucking, if you're listening to this, you should be ready for some level of spoilers, I guess. And the third phase is dog shit. I will say one thing: you get to parry lasers. You get to blade lock and parry lasers. I think that is some of the sickest shit in the game. I think that is rad as fuck. It does not change that final phase is dog shit though. I I I think my favorite part was I had a guy trying to tell me, mind you, if you listen this far, you heard me talk about how this is gonna sound pretentious, but Santa Destroy is the empty shithole it is, not just because it's a explorable city in a Wii game, but because it's kind of a part of the narrative. This isn't the city of adventure, blah blah blah. You heard all that. Even I can't defend this. I had a guy tell me, "Oh no, Suda intentionally designed. I think Suda intentionally designed the final boss to be shit because revenge isn't supposed to be satisfying, and that's the point." I'm just like, get the fuck off Suda's dick, man. Even I can't defend that. That was just a straight up bad boss fight. Uh, I also did not care for well. This is more of a personal opinion than anything. This is not a legitimate complaint. It didn't have the sick ass finale the first game did. It didn't have like, oh, well, you did that, but there's something else after that that's really cool. No, it didn't do that. No. And in fact, I had my best friend telling me, "Oh, I hope you didn't think there was gonna be some extra super cool thing after this, like in the first game. Once you hit rank one, but I love this game. Um, as a little last bit, they had a jiggle physics. Naomi's are as big as they are by the end of the first game, if not a bit bigger. And Naomi and Shinobu's older and she's hotter. Man, Naomi and Shinobu, two best designs in the fucking game. Man. Hot as hell. Black woman, save me, please. But he's got a lust after the French woman, I tell you. Downward fucking dog, man. Downward fucking dog. I loved that bit. Downward. I was wondering why my friend kept telling me downward fucking dog in the first game. Oh, it's the best. That I think the Henry level and the downward fucking dog scene are probably two things that trump most of the highs in the first game for how fucking much I loved them. But yeah, jiggle physics. Even Ryan at the gym got jiggle physics on his pecs. Uh, I like seeing. I don't know what to say. Black woman save me. I love Naomi and Shinobu. Uh, that's about it. Good game. Not does not have the replayability the first game did, but and I don't like it as much as the first game, but really good game. Definitely a favorite. And then on to the next one, Iron Meat. Um, One of my friends gave me. One of my friends has a. I got a list of recommendations from them. Because they talk about. She talks about she's talked about like some people just seem to ignore my recommendations. I'm like, okay, give me a list, tell me everything, and she gave me a list. It was I think it was like several games, and all of them are up my alley. This is one of those friends where it's like you're kind of in sync with them because they have pretty much all the same interests you do. So and like all the same tastes and likes that you do. So she gives me the rundown list, and I was like, you know what? Uh, so my plan is I'm playing Travis Strikes Again co-op with a friend who has never played it because he wanted to play it co-op. So since I've usually got some free time and I'm on his schedule, I decided I'll throw in some occasional short form stuff. And Iron Meat, you could probably beat if you're good at this game, which I was not. You could beat it in like an hour or two if you go if you. I'd say a couple hours, maybe a bit more if you're good. Maybe a bit over an hour if you're one of those cracked out motherfuckers that can just run through one of these kinds of games almost flawlessly. You could easily plow through this shit. Um, it's only 9 levels. It even straight up tells you what the levels are, I think, in the level select. You got achievements you can get. You got unlockable skins. The skins don't really do anything. They're just kind of there to be cool skins. There was some kind of update recently, and I don't know what the update added. And I know when I beat the game, I got a new option called Mirror that I didn't check out, so I don't know what that does. But I spent maybe about 4 or 5 hours yesterday because again, not good at this game playing it. I think this is the I've never touched games like Contra. I've never touched Contra specifically. I think this is the first time in probably I don't even know, like years. This is the first time in years I've touched a side-scrolling run and gun game. ABS, always be shooting. You just hold that fucking button down. Never let go of it, or you're probably at the risk of dying. It was fun as fuck though. There's 9 levels. You get 16 lives a level. You can retry the level as many times as you want. It's very generous. And I played on normal because again, I ain't good at it. I loved every bit of this game. It is, to use a term I said to a friend last night, it is a grindhouse game. It is a game gratuitously built on blood and sick fucking effects. Like what was it? You have the forest level, and then there was I don't even. The forest level like had probably the least over the top boss. It was a big because the whole idea is the iron meat is iron devouring, literally iron devouring eldritch horror meat that takes control of machines and shit and mutates it. So like I think at the end of the first level you're fighting this weird thing that has a bunch of buzz saws on it. Probably the tamest and most forgettable thing, because after that it just goes places. You fight shit. You fight everything from um. In one level, there's a train level, probably one of my favorite levels in the whole game. And at the end of the level, you're literally fighting the train, which is a mutated fucking abomination. There's one level where you're going through a base that the EDF whatever type dudes are trying to hold down, and at the end you end up fighting a fucking big I think it was literally described as a big rig. It's a big rig mutated by the Iron Meat. Everything has like a sub like not a subtitle. What's the term for it? Like some kind of title to it. Epitaph. Everything has like an epitaph, I think one of my favorites was I loved the Flying Fortress level and the big airship level. And at the end of it, you fight the mutated assault chopper, which is the epitaph Flying Crocodile. I'm just like, oh, fuck yeah. I love it. Uh, I think the train was probably my favorite, one of my top favorite bosses. Um, I think my favorite and my favorite boss was obviously the final one, the Iron Meat itself, uh, which is one big Terminator reference. Oh no no yeah yeah yeah. I think if I had to label my top three favorite bosses, it would be the train, the final boss, and the boss at the end of the city level. The monster house, a literal fucking mimic house, a literal fucking apartment complex mimic, a building mimic, and it's so fucking sick. I don't know what else to say about this game. It's not a long game. It's not a big game. It's a short few hour game, tops. Bit more if you're like me, but I beat it in one. I beat, and I think the only reason I didn't beat it in one sitting and in two, I beat it in one day, and the only reason I didn't beat it in one sitting is because I stopped playing it to watch some anime with a friend. Because he's like, yo, want to watch something? I'm kind of bored. So like, no, like I'm in the mood to watch something. So like, even I can beat this game in one sitting. It's very satisfying though. The sprite work, the gore, the splats, everything about this game was done just the right way, and if for my taste, and I love it. Excellent fucking. That's really all I can say about it at this point. I don't know what else to say. I can't rattle on like with some of the other shit. So that's it. Good game. I want to play more of this kind of stuff. You ever a game that a friend tells you about, like literally just name drops it one time, and you're like, "That sounds cool. I'll play it," and you do, and your friend's like, "Man, you actually played this game just because I mentioned it once." Yeah, yeah. So I had a friend name drop this while playing that new Astrobot game for the PS5, which apparently has a callback in reference to just about everything that's been on a proper Sony console. And he was surprised when he found a reference to Intelligent Cube, which you'll notice I changed because in between recording those two little tidbits, I had to double check because I kept second guessing myself, and it is in fact Intelligent Cube. So I tried this. He said it was a cool game, and he's a close friend that I trust the recommendations of. Kind of like how I can confidently say I've never seen a rail shooter like Killer 7, I don't think I've ever seen a puzzle game like Intelligent Cube. It has a gimmick that it runs with that I've never seen another puzzle game do. And I want to talk more about my feelings about the game and less about the game itself. So I'm going to give you the quick rundown. You're on a platform, a thin platform in the middle of an abyss, and giant cubes are rotating towards you. They're going to crush you if you don't deal with this. You're not some pointer on on the map or anything. You're an actual person that you control on this tiny platform. And you got to run and strategically place trap squares where the cubes are going to go. And you got to plan your moves out, especially by the later levels. You got to think ahead. You got to look at the whole pattern of the wave coming at you and decide what you want to do. And you do this with a simple three cubes. You got your normal cubes, which you just got to deal with them. You got your forbidden cubes, which will knock off the backmost row of your platform if you for any one that you claim. And you got your advantage cubes, these glowing green cubes that will claim every cube in a 3x3 radius around itself. And you can, and I'm sorry, but I gotta discuss this. There's actual tactics you can do. You can chain advantage cubes. Two, you have two inputs. You have your basic square and you have your advantage cube, or I think it was on my controller, it was X and triangle. It was cross and triangle. Those are two independent actions and inputs from each other. And what's more, your standard trap square can actually impede an advantage cube. This is something I didn't do enough of because I wasn't that thinking ahead. I could not think ahead that well while actively rushing through the last few stages. But you can literally set it up so that a basic trap square will prevent, say, an advantage cube from claiming a forbidden cube when you set it off. Tactics in a fucking puzzle game like this, it blows my mind. At least that's what I found out while streaming it to my friend during my playthrough of the game, was that, oh, it looks to me like you can do that. I never just took proper advantage of it. I loved this game. I wouldn't say it's one of my personal favorites for this year, but it's unique. I have a personal viewpoint about this when it comes to video games. When I find a video game that does something I've never seen a video game do, or at the very least that I've never seen a video game, almost never seen a video game of that particular genre do, I will point to it and say, yo, this game has value. This game has actual value to it. Like, more than just as a game. This is an innovative thing that has not only been not run into the ground, it's barely been touched upon. And that's kind of neat. Really neat, actually. I did like playing this game, though. It was a fun little 2-session game. I think I was getting tired and did the last couple of stages the next day. But it's a fun little game that I wanted to get out of the way while playing some short forms, more short form content, I guess you could call it. More, I hate saying that in relation to games, actually. Let's say just shorter video games. And yeah, I greatly enjoyed it. As you can tell from the, it also does something I don't think I've ever seen a video game at all do. That screenshot I showed, that's the credits. When you beat the game, and whenever you die, it gives you an IQ score for how well you did how well you did. I don't know if I don't think it was total. I think it was just for that given stage up to the point you died. But when you beat the game proper, it gives you a sum total score of how well you did throughout the game. Your little IQ score. And as you can see from my IQ score, I did not do very well. When I got to the last couple of stages, I did my best to blitz through them. My goal was to survive, not to do well. The thing is, that is the goal of Nace. I said the wrong game by accident. That is the goal of Intelligent Cube. To be proficient. Not to survive, not just to survive, to be skilled. I am not. So, yeah. I think the best part is there's in a little bit of a take that moment I felt afterwards. The game actually does have a level design. Wait, but by the way, this is a PS1 game. Wait, this is a PS1 game. Why did I say it's PC? Oh shit! Wow, it took me that long to realize I screwed that one up. This is a PS1 game and it has a fucking level creator. In fact, while recording, let me just fix that. This is a PS1 game, and it has a level creator that you have to unlock by achieving, I think, a minimum score, which I didn't. Um, the music is very strange. It ranges from shit that sounds like it's out of Star Wars or Indiana Jones to carnival type music. Very upbeat. Apparently, in the demo, uh, the demo for this game that my friend played, there was no music at all, and all you heard was the footsteps of your character and the thudding sounds of the blocks. I kind of want to check that out. See, I feel like that would be a much different experience. I just want to get that. I just want to try to get that experience. But yeah, it's the music is very weirdly unfitting in a way that I kind of adore. There's not much to say about this game. It's several stages long. I think it's got some different modes, but I just did the main one. I put my time into it and I crossed off the list. I do recommend it if you. It is definitely a game, the kind of game I think I could put on my Steam Deck. Um, just to idly play if I ever felt like it. And try to get a better score or get better at the game over time. One of those go back and play it. It's like any puzzle game really. I would say it's something you go back to just to kill time if you're bored and don't really want to do anything in particular. But I enjoyed it. One little tidbit I almost forgot to add in. By a certain point, if you get to the point where you're desperate and you're not again you're not you're doing what I did, you're not trying to do well, you're just trying to survive, or even when if you're trying to actually do well, man, ducking and weaving in between rows of cubes while they're stationary and avoiding getting crushed. By the way, if you get crushed, all the cubes go off the edge, and for every set amount, let's say in one stage, for every five normal cubes you let go off the edge without claiming them, the backmost row of the platform falls into the abyss. This can fuck you over. And the second or third to last stage, during one of the rounds, I had so little space to work with because I was just trying to blitz through it out of panic. Uh, that when it came time for the next set to come up for me, it was a big enough set of cubes that it covered the whole thing and literally kicked me right off the platform. You got to be careful. Speaking of, you have to, when a new set comes up, you have to run back, or you're also fucked. It's like towards the end of the platform, or at least past where those cubes are going to come up. It's an oddly intensive puzzle game when it wants to be. I really enjoyed it. I'm repeating myself now. Let's move on. So, out of all the games I've played this year, now I enjoyed Psychopomp Gold. I really got into the Suda games. Heat On was also really fun. This might be my favorite game so far that I've played this year. Now, when I was younger, and if you've ever even at least taken a glance at my YouTube channel, you've probably seen this. But when I was younger, on a really, really old computer, um, I recorded myself playing through System Shock 2. Almost all the way through. I got to the final boss fight, and I don't know. I was younger. Maybe I didn't pay enough attention. I couldn't figure it out, and I ended up not properly beating the final boss. So I played and beat nine. I played through 99% of System Shock 2. Recorded it with a pirated copy of Fraps and uploaded it to my YouTube. I loved System Shock 2. I love immersive sims. I'm one of those people that gets really autistic about this kind of stuff. I wouldn't say... Now, I never got into the original System Shock. I would always look at it like, this looks kind of like a dungeon crawler, but and I'm into that, but I'll play it eventually. And one day I probably will. One day I probably will go back and try the original on DOS just for the experience of it. But this exists and I wanted to try it. It's not quite an immersive. It's not really an immersive sim like the second game. You don't have stats and skills or whatever. You don't have proficiencies. Like, I remember my playthrough of the second game. Decently enough. I remember speccing into melee and using the wrench. I think I might have used the crystal by the end. But, I enjoyed. I enjoyed that, but that's not what I want to say. Sorry. There's none of that though in System Shock. As soon as you pick a weapon up, you can use it. There's nothing stopping you. And I'm gonna put this as simple as I can, so I don't repeat myself and mouth off too much. I enjoyed balancing my inventory. I am one of those people that can get really autistic about inventory management. I'm also exactly the kind of person this was made for. Now, on how long to beat, because I occasionally check this to see to check on games that I am interested in, roughly how long they would take. And usually my go-to is I'll check how long to beat, I'll check the time for main story plus extra, and then I'll add a bit of time on top of that because I'm a slow guy. And for this game, it was, I think, in the ballpark of 25 hours. Yeah, for about 41 for me, according to Steam. I don't know how much of that was in the pause menu. Maybe about an hour total or so total. But, so let's say 40 hours instead of 25. I took my time with this game. Because like I said, this game was made for people like me. What am I referring to? I refused to exit a level and move to the next one until I was dead certain, unless it was something I couldn't achieve yet, until I was dead certain. 1, security for that level was 0%. 2, every room was cased, cleared, and every piece of junk was turned into sweet, sweet credits. Now, I might have missed a couple of rooms by the end of the game, but by the end of the game, it really didn't fucking matter. I still had enough money to buy everything. I think the only thing I didn't do was I didn't explicitly clear out every single health vendor of everything except the health modules, the low health modules, because I was by the end of the game anyway. I was capped anyway at like 10 berserker modules, 10 reflex modules, or almost 10 of those. I didn't, and a couple of vending machines in the second to last area of the game that were selling two different ammo vendors that were selling ammo for guns that I wasn't using actively at the time. So literally the only thing I didn't do, the only things I didn't buy were things I didn't need and wasn't using. and only in a couple of cases. And I had the money to do so, more than enough actually. This is a game for autists like me. This is a game for people that obsess over I got to get every little thing. And I did. I got every piece of. I might have missed a couple of rooms in the whole ship. That was it. I would spend an hour going through the same areas 3 times just to make sure I didn't miss a single thing. I think the only time I didn't let my autism completely control me was the executive level because every level has exactly one recycler, and the executive level recycler is hidden. Well, not hidden. You do come across it as you progress. It is out of the way enough that it's not worth trying to carry every piece of junk item to it. And there's like a few hundred pieces of junk in the level. I was basically going blitzing through it, vaporizing everything I picked up in the junk, and went to the recycler with I think 700 junk. And I missed out on what, getting maybe about twice that in credits for way more time spent. Probably would have jacked my playtime up by a few hours at least. No, I'm good. I loved this game. My now I have even the final boss fight was kind of, let's just say it's hard to do a final boss properly, especially in the case of Shodan. But one thing I can say about it is the final boss. What you do in the final boss fight is something you don't do anywhere else in the game. So at least it wasn't something that was getting old. Speaking of, whenever you hack, or I say hack, whenever you do a fucking VR dive, basically, it's a fucking 6 Degrees of Freedom game, and I adore 6 Degrees of Freedom games. I've Now, granted, I don't have much experience with them. Mostly, it's just Forsaken, but I adore that kind of game. It's not done very often, I think, and I don't know when it's done. And I think the only time I can think of it being done remotely well, off the top of my head, is Forsaken and the Descent trilogy. And the Descent trilogy, I've never even touched. That's still on the list. So I really enjoyed that. I and I think if I had to give a see, this is the thing. I can't think of a complaint. If I had to if I had to try really hard to pull one out of my ass, it wouldn't even be a complaint. It would be a very small personal gripe, which is, I think, of eating too good rather than not eating enough. The game gives you so many tools, toys. I meant to say, so many toys to play around with. Sorry, that I think the most underused weapon in the game for me was the shotgun. I used it a bit here and there, but when a lot of the enemies, especially and when a lot of your enemies early on are pure cyborgs, and some of the ones later are like cyborg mutant hybrids, I was, by the end of the game, I think I was relying on the mag pulse rifle and the railgun, a little bit of the plasma gun, but even then, the plasma gun went kind of underused. I think my go-to was even the I don't remember what it's called. What it was called, the ion. It was the ion laser. Even that was sick as fuck and went underused. All the weapons felt good. The shotgun was the only one that felt a little bit lackluster. But I think that was just because I felt like I wasn't getting the use out of it. Again, it's not that effective against non-flesh enemies, and there's I think the only points where you really fight enemies that the shotgun is effective again is like truly effective against is when you're fighting basic mutants that go down with a one or two melee hits anyway, or the mushroom or the spore or virus, or whatever mutants later on. Maybe it would have got I would have gotten some use out of it fighting the mutant hybrid cyborg enforcers later. But honestly, I liked stuff like the Scorpion SMG and the Mark III assault rifle way more. Uh, I think my two favorite weapons in the game, just for how they operated, were the again I can't remember if this is the name or not, the Ion Blaster or laser or whatever, and the railgun. The Let's just call it the Ion Laser. The Ion Laser is basically an upgrade to your Spark Laser that runs off your energy and has three modes. And I'm not kidding. Low, high, and overcharge. There is no medium. And when you swap modes, different like you're not swapping ammo because it goes off your energy. Literally, the gun itself transforms. Like the barrel getting wider. I think for overcharge mode, the the top of the case of like the case along the gun's length just slides open to reveal a big ass heating coil. It and the transition is so smooth, and the gun looks sick as fuck. Um, the railgun is probably your hardest hitting weapon. Yeah, no, definitely your hardest hitting weapon in the game. And by the end of the game, I still had like a dozen railgun shots. It's literally you can fire one shot and you reload, and in the railgun shot is just this clip thing, or I hope to all you gun nuts out there. I'm sorry if I'm saying the wrong word. This like clip thing that you attach to the bottom of the gun that spans maybe half or more of of the length on the bottom, and you snap that off, pop another one on, and but you need to wait for the railgun to cool down. It has these little latches that pop out when you fire it, and they have to all click back in, signaling the gun has cooled itself down. And to the point that you even get a mod. One of the weapon mods you can buy is expressly for uh, increasing the speed of the railgun's cooldown. Because in the fights where you really need it and might need a second shot, you need that, or you're probably dead. But it's one of the coolest looking operating guns in the game. I never was hurting for resources. Um, I think the only time I was hurting for resources was one time I might have been low on health stuff, but you're literally allowed to freely respawn whenever you find one of the. I call them people molds because they kind of look like Jello molds. Yeah. In fact, there were times where instead of popping a health kit, I would just let myself die just to respawn at half health because I was almost dead anyway. It's it's a viable strategy. Dying, killing yourself, or doing assisted suicide is a viable strategy. I love it. Like I said, I don't really have any complaints about this game. It ticked off the boxes I wanted it to tick. It satisfied my it satisfied my kleptomaniac tendencies. It satisfied my desire for another good boom shoot. I don't know if I would call like if I you know definitely you could call it a boom shoot type game because it does something I really like. And I've seen a resurgence in games, particularly in horror games. Funny enough, games that I've seen this like well, I don't know if I'd say a resurgence, an increase in them. These games that style themselves after PS1, maybe occasionally PS2 graphics, style graphics, but they're these like indie horror games for the PC. I don't know if I can say off the top of my. I'm sure there's other games that do this kind of thing, but I don't know if I can say off the top of my head. I don't think I can off the top of my head. That I've seen a game recently that does it exactly like the remake, System Shock remake does, but it does something I like. The game looks like it has high graphics. I don't know if this is a setting thing, by the way. I didn't really change the graphical settings when I started the game up, but the game looks like it has high graphics. If you look at something from a long or medium distance, you look at a door, for example, from a long or medium distance. That door and that the metal door on the Scylla station, that door looks pretty detailed, pretty high, pretty well textured. Get right up against it, like inches away from it, and it's actually in close up. It's actually low. It's actually more. It's not super HD graphics, but actually pixel texture, like this sort of kind of pixel texture style. That's not completely illegible. That it's not illegible, and you can tell what it is or what something says, but you can tell easily. Oh, this is like old style pixel graphics. Like more those more pixelated graphics in 3D games. But at a medium and long distance, you can't completely tell that instantly. It's designed. At least I couldn't. It was like it was designed in a way where it looks highly detailed, and it is. It is still highly detailed, but it looks like maybe not highly detailed is the word I'm looking for. It looks high resolution at a distance, and in close up, you see the actual resolution of the pixels, of the pixelated textures. And I thought that was neat. I thought it was a great design, like aesthetic, for it to go with, or design choice, or whatever you want to call it. Uh, I think the very beginning of the game is the most is a really was a really great way to exemplify this and show it off, where you're in the hacker's apartment and you have all these little things. He has like a he has like this future, high tech futuristic like Guitar Hero guitar controller or whatever. He has this uh he has his game consoles and his posters, and you can really see like the visual design of this game in the hacker, and take it all in at the very start and get a feel for what this game's like. And a little minor thing, I fucking adored the donut. There's this little donut. There's like a open box of donuts on the on his table, and there's this one like partially eaten donut, and you can interact with it and just squish it and make it spray donut juice everywhere. It's fucking funny. I was playing with that for like a minute. I also enjoyed, like, the hacker had some really nice bits, despite the fact that the hacker is a self-insert character. Silent protagonist and all. The way he like cracks his knuckles at the very beginning when you sit down in front of that computer. The way he, I think one of my favorites is whenever you recharge using a recharge station, he kind of like pulls his left hand. He reaches the left hand out and like pulls it back in like a fist bump, but it really shows it off when you recharge using using a portable battery. He holds it up with his left hand, uses the right hand to recharge, and he very very visibly just does a fist bump with that right arm. Like, yeah, juiced up now. Let's kick some ass. I I can't. I have to stop. I have to stop myself here. I adored this game. This is most likely my favorite game so far I played this year. This is, well, definitely my favorite game I played so far this year. We'll see if anything else tops it for me. Uh, anyway, moving on to the next thing. Nascence. And until I saw a video on this after playing it, I kept pronouncing this Naissance. Apparently, that extra E isn't supposed to be there, and naissance is actually a French word. I think it's French. I think this is, if I remember right, this is a game made by a French dude. It's an indie game. It's an indie game. It's not. It doesn't even cost money. It's free. You can go to Steam right now and install and play it. There's really nothing to spoil either about this game. There's no greater plot to it, and I can't, but I really need to stop finding games that make me say this. But it does something I don't think I've seen a video game do very often in this particular genre. It's a walking simulator puzzle exploration type game. And there are good things I can say about it. It's a bit jank. The fact that you need to install Unreal Development Kit to play it, I mean, I can see that. I didn't mind that too much. I think the only thing about this game that minorly annoyed me was there was a hang up whenever you go back, whenever you die and you go back to your last autosave. If you move forward, progress forward, there's like a little, well, not little, very, very big and noticeable hang up in the game as you're progressing forward. I think that's just the way the game works with that loading and saving shit. You can't make saves yourself, it auto saves, but it's very generous with the auto saves. Also, I want to go back and check this out, but you can just access the console and use the ghost command since for Unreal Development Kit's no clip, and apparently they modeled buildings for miles. I don't know if they modeled interiors for them, but they modeled buildings for miles in the big city parts, and it's crazy. Um, like Intelligent Cube, it's a really cool game, but it's not a personal favorite. But there is something about it I really like, and that is the reason it exists, which is you're in a world that's big, open, oppressively. It's gigantic, oppressively so. And I'm gonna sound like a big fucking fart sniffer here. The point of this game is that it's big, oppressively so, and there's no one in it. You are all alone trying to survive in this harsh, alien construction of a world. There are things that vaguely look like what you're used to: stairs, doorways. But you can clearly see immediately this isn't a world meant for you nor for humans. The when you finally get down to the city area, the rooms are all, the apartments, they're all empty, devoid of anything humans would be using. The pathways and walkways are not things humans would be normally using. Um, for example, you go into this like one apartment space, and you come out, and yeah, there's this little stairway, but the stairway doesn't really lead anywhere concrete, and then you got to go from there to some pipes, and it's like this isn't a structure a human would be living in, and it's not trying to do it just for the sake of doing it. It's not trying to. The game isn't designed like this just for the sake of having a weird and wacky world for you to explore. A terrain for you to traverse. It's meant to look like this on purpose because it's architecture. It's alien architecture that isn't meant for you. You're not supposed to be here. I don't know how else to describe it. But I I'm not gonna just use my generic line. I enjoyed it. It made me start thinking. I'm gonna go off on a little tangent here. That's slightly unrelated to this game. I love building games. I love games like Terraria and Starbound, though for Starbound I absolutely have to use mods like Frackin' Universe. But I haven't played Minecraft in over a decade, but I loved that when I was younger. I love games where you're allowed to build whatever you want, and I love trying to get creative with it. Even more recently, and this fucked me. This got playing this game last night actually got me kind of annoyed because the thing I kept thinking back to, I'm not even kidding, was Power World. I tried to play Power World. I did what I did with Faybreak. I did what I did with Sakurajima with those updates. I went in and I tried the new content. Um, and I enjoyed it. Noticed there were some bugs. And then I get a message I've never gotten before. You're running out of hard drive space. What the fuck? I fucking stopped playing the game immediately and checked and found, oh, I got 48 megabytes of hard drive space left. And within 20 seconds of closing the game completely, it went back up to the 8 gigabytes of free space I had before I started playing it. I don't know if I'd call that a memory leak, more like some kind of leak. And I don't know if this is a very specific bug that I was experiencing myself that a lot of other people probably don't have. I could try verifying the game files and reinstalling it, but in the end, I controlled myself, and I just want to say this. My friend even said he was proud of me. That I showed self control because he knows what I'm like with this kind of stuff. But when I was playing Nascents, that was all I could think of. Was like in all of the in all the new content that was added in the latest update was this sleek, pure clean, futuristic structure set. And while I was playing Nascents and going through this shit, all these alien megastructures, I was thinking to myself, God, I would love to see something like this in one of these other. Just build something reminiscent to this, right? And one of these in like Pal World using that structure set, or use blocks in Terraria to just make a world-spanning alien megastructure. It's something I can definitely see myself wasting so much of my time on. It Playing this game made me feel creative. It made me start thinking about things I wanted to do in games like these just for building stuff. Because I love doing that kind of thing in these kinds of games. And then I started getting mad because like already told myself, no, no, down, bad. Pal World is currently so buggy you can't play it. You're no matter how addicted you are to something and how much you love something, you're not going to risk your hardware. Wait until they fix the bug, or maybe even until the full 1.0 release. So yeah. Another thing is this got me thinking about something. I was something else, and I realized that's what it was going for, and that is blame. There is I have not read the manga yet at all. I saw this one animated movie that apparently is either anime exclusive plot or just a minor plot from the overall story. But the idea is, but it's like the idea of it took a lot of the creator of the game took a lot of inspiration from Blame, where it's just this alien megastructure not meant for humans that your character is traversing and just trying to survive it and make their way through. And now I really now and I was streaming this one video talking about it after I played the game, and it was like, oh, so he did take direct inspiration from Blame. I said to a friend of mine, this is just another reason I should really just start binge reading Blame. I can't really say anything else about it. It when I said it does something that I don't think I've seen a lot of other games do, because I've seen games do alien structures. I've seen games do lighting puzzles. Yes. But I don't think I've seen a walking sim puzzle exploration game do oppressive megastructures with the kind of texturing, the kind of what do you call it? Art design, the kind of style this game has. That is unique. That is to my knowledge recollection something unique to Nascence, and I do like that. And like I said, it got my noggin jogging. It got me thinking about I want to. I don't. I'm not going to try to recreate the Nascence world one to one, but I'm going to try to make. I want to make my own like empty megastructure stuff. Seemingly empty megastructure stuff in something. I want to. I mean, this is just making me realize I just really want to play Power World now. I just really want to build in Power World or a similar game, man. Um, but yeah, I liked it. It's free. Go check it out. I can't really say anything else about it. KO Flying Squadron is something I've been on and off playing. It's a cute game. I'll talk about it when I finish it. It's not the main thing I'm playing right now. I'm still trying to figure that out. It's something I boot up when I'm bored. I'm still trying to decide. At this point, I'm at a crossroads, but I'm leaning towards I want to do Zero Ranger and then Void Stranger. I also am leaning towards double checking my setup with my PS3 and my old computer monitor and seeing if I can get that working properly enough for me to start pounding through my PS3 library again. Now that I have better internet than I used to, I can definitely use my internet to just move my PS3 games to my modded PS3 from my computer, so that's good. So yeah, honestly, I'm quite happy with myself. I think I started Heat on a bit into. I have a friend of mine showed me his chart. He gets way more autistic about it than I do. I haven't really been keeping track of the dates, but I think I started Heat on towards the end of last month and finished it this month. So honestly, even though some of these were shorter games, beating one, two, three, four, five, six, 7 games. Yeah, 7 games in 1 month, and we're nearing the end of the month. I'm on a decent track record here. Usually, I get so sidetracked, and I'll maybe do a game a month, if that. I've been really trying to up the ante on this and challenge the great beast that is my backlog. Zero Ranger. Again, it's been a while, but I remember enough of this one. So, you got 2 modes. You got green, orange, and white lily. Apparently, there's a third mode, but it's just flat out not there. Green orange is your main game. White lily is meant to be like a training simulator. And one thing I really like about it is White Lily is an ideal training simulator for beating the actual campaign, the actual game. Like if you can beat White Lily, you should have an easy time with. You should have a much easier time with the training with the main game. And I'm not going to say anything more than that. It is a love letter to all kinds of things. So it's a love letter to shooter to shmup games. It's a love letter to a lot of to a lot of like anime stuff. Well, some anime stuff as well, as far as I could tell. I think one of my favorite things is I forget where it is in the game, but there's like a part of the game where if you break like a box before an enemy lands on it and destroys it or something, it spawns like this mascot character from like another old shmup that I already forgot what it is. It's again, it's all these neat little. The game has a bunch of things like this, a bunch of neat little shout outs and stuff. It is a fantastic shmup with a fantastic soundtrack, fantastic visuals, and I don't know what else to say. It's like I said, it's a love letter to shmups. Two people developed this game, I think, and I remember mentioning this in the early recorded Void Stranger bit, but like they basically swapped it out. Like one of them worked on the coding, one of them worked on the art, and hmm, sorry, my nose is stuffed today. And then like they swapped positions for Void Stranger, which I think is really neat, and it really shows like the difference in these games. Apparently, the third mode would have been called Black Onion, and would have been there's a I will say this, there's a neat little bit in the game that is basically gives you an idea of what that would be, and it would be a proper like what's the name of that? Not Dokapon. Danmaku? Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. I can't remember it. It'd be like a proper bullet hell, basically. And they never implemented it. Apparently it's not completely tossed aside. Apparently there is a chance they'll do this one day. That they'll get back to this and make Black Onion one day, and I'm looking forward to that. I will absolutely play it. I love the themes of this game, just like I love the themes in Void Stranger as well. Uh, and I love how the themes kind of go hand in hand with the color palette. And there is one thing I will say: they did something very specific with this game that I respected once, and I did not respect it again after that. Um, and that's all I'm gonna say. I appreciate the vision. I appreciate the theme. I appreciate what they're saying with this, but I didn't. I will admit I didn't respect it past that first time. Um, Overall, though, it is the thing is this is one of those games that I would and actually do keep installed because it's one of those games you can just go back to and just play again and again as just a casual shmup for fun. Like casually just for fun as a shmup. It's one of the more lenient and easier shmups too. This is possibly one of the most lenient shmups I've ever seen. It's designed around memorizing the game, though. It is designed around like getting so good at it that you can effortlessly, eventually, by the time you properly beat the game, you can just fly through it. No pun intended. Just zip right through it with no problem. And I like that. I do like that. It's the game is. I almost forgot how to say this. Yeah, this is how I would put it. The game is designed as this is basically a trainer. The game is designed to train you. If you want, I will say this: if you want to get into shmups, this is my personal opinion here. If you want to get into shmups, and you're not that good, and I'm not that good at them, this is like the ideal game. This is the game to go. This is like a game to go into that will train you to at least hone your skills a bit for shmup games. and I absolutely love it.
Journey. Hopefully it works this time. There's a weird cut off the first time I tried this. Also, I don't know what's going on at the bottom here. OBS just doesn't seem to want to play nice with this shit. I don't get it. Really good game. It gets a personal rating for me for a few reasons. One, the most gorgeous sound I've seen in a video game. It parts so naturally under the feet of the character. It was like in my mind I could feel the sand as I was going through the game. The way the character kind of struggles against the wind, too. Lack of invisible walls. This game does not have invisible walls per se. It has strong winds and sandstorms that blow you back when you try to go where you're not supposed to. Uh, three, it, three is an interesting one. It is linear, and it is short, and is a walking simulator. And for all three of these reasons, it is actually really good rather than bad. I could point to walking simulators and be like, well, that's just another walking simulator. What's so interesting about it? But Journey does this actually really well. It is literally what its name says. It's a journey. You're going through different you end up going through different biomes, even like different environments, and it does them all really well. There was one screenshot I even took and showed a friend, um, the friend that got me to play it, saying this is wallpaper worthy because it was just really majestic. Um, Now, unfortunately, I didn't get the proper experience, and what I mean by that is the friend that had me play this game, despite the fact that I'm currently playing some other stuff, said, "This is a sudden request, but I want you to do what you have to do around the house, close Discord, set everything aside, and just play this. It's in the family library." And the reason he told me to do this is because at the time my family was on vacation and I was the one house sitting. I usually am. And I decided, well, he decided, you have time before they get back. Do this. You can do it in one sitting. Get the uninterrupted experience. Sadly, my family came home. I knew they were set to come home that day. I didn't think they would come home that early, but they did. The last maybe 30 or so minutes of the experience got kind of interrupted a couple of times as a result, but I had an almost uninterrupted experience playing this game, and it is a game you can beat in one sitting. It is also a game I would highly encourage to beat in one sitting with, just like my friend told me to do it, with as minimal outside interference as possible. I know I'm the slow one here because I just got around to playing a game that's on that started on the PS3 and finally came to PC at some point. But hey, if you haven't played this game already, that's how I would recommend you play it. That I would highly recommend it. Also, the fact that you can actually meet other players. And the way the game works is you only have movement and a little noise you can make to go off of. So the game did this in a really clever way, and that I met another player for the first time, and I vaguely remembered years ago I heard this game allows you to meet other players who are also going through the journey, right, through their own journey. But that was a vague memory I was recalling. I wasn't completely sure, and it almost got me. It almost had me thinking, had me considering maybe this is an NPC. No, there are no NPCs. It was a player. But the fact that all you have to go off of is their movement and the frequency and pattern, whatever in which they make those noises with that one button they can use. It makes it kind of hard to tell, but those are other players. And when you finish the game, it even shows you which players you encountered.
a bit of a spoiler, I guess, but it's a really, really fun mechanic. A little thing I think they added to the game. I think that for what it wanted to be, it was perfect. It is a perfect little gem in its own corner of video games as a whole, and I enjoyed it greatly. I don't know if I'm insulting it or not by saying this, but it's one of those little short things I would put right up there with Nascence or Cairo. Uh, but yeah, I had fun with it. Nice little short experience. Not much to say. That's about it. The Citadel. A couple friends of mine are fans of this game, and I'm a fan of FPS games, so I wanted to check it out. I've seen what the creator of this game has openly stated on social media, I believe. It was on social media, and I mean, I'll say this. They know what they want. They're honest about it. I give them props for that. That said, this is definitely not for everyone. It was absolutely one of my favorite games this year. Um, the main turnoff I can see people having with this is the imagery. Uh, it has a lot of the bosses are horrific combinations of eldritch horror and moe girls, and all of the enemies are women, rather attractive women. And when you kill them, they have detailed, very detailed death sprites and animation in their sprites, and I can see this being a turnoff for a lot of people. I thought it was good. I am uncompromising in these kinds of things. I play games like this for the action, for the fun, occasionally for the challenge, and also for the slaughter. I liked the sprite work done in Citadel, just like I love the gore sprite work just as much as I love the gore sprite work in classic Doom. The creator put a lot of effort into this, and I appreciated it. But I can see it being a turnoff for others. That main thing out of the way, though, I loved the levels. I loved the weapons, even the Fletchet SMG, even the dual wielded Fletchet SMG, with its long ass reload time. I enjoyed the power ups you got throughout the game. That was pretty cool. Uh, I especially enjoyed the hidden levels, which all reference Doom, Wolfenstein 3D, and well, they don't just reference; they're actually the levels themselves recreated, and even one that I didn't know because I'm not very spruced up in my knowledge is a marathon reference and level, apparently, according to one of my friends that got me to play this game. So I thought that was really neat.
One thing I will say, and this is something I've never seen an FPS game. And this is something to my recollection I've never seen an FPS game do. Um, the entire map is available to you from the very start, as well as the location of every single enemy in your vicinity. I've never seen an FPS game do that. Now, to be fair, I played this game on normal difficulty. Wait, normal? No, no. I think it was. I think it's like. I think it was like normal hard, and then there's like a hidden, like a Quake esque hidden very hard difficulty. I think I went for hard at a friend's recommendation. Um, and it was and in on hard mode, it was pretty punishing. You don't get you get checkpoints in the form of these reconstructor things. I forget what they're actually called, but they have a name. And you get extra lives. But you cannot save the game at all, ever. The game saves automatically every level transition and at those checkpoint things. But and you know in a hard mode you can easily die, like easily die. But I guess as a sort of counterbalance, the whole map is available to you from the start, including the placement enemies near you. So you can actually look at your map and plan ahead. Okay, this room, like, is this a room I want to charge into? Is this a room I want to grenade? Just chuck a grenade into or drop a missile in? That kind of shit. And I actually kind of liked that. I actually really liked that, in fact, because I really like uh, I just really like planning ahead for stuff. As for the weapons themselves, let's go back to that before I forget. Most of it was stellar. You start off with your basic gun, the Meta Magnum, and it is a staple weapon for a lot of the game. Its alt fire literally straps a fucking grenade to the barrel, and your shot fires it at the expense of of the grenade and one ammo, one bullet from your meta magnum. But the fact that it's just a makeshift grenade launcher is amazing. You have a bunch of weapons after that. The assault rifle was probably one of my favorite weapons for the whole game throughout the whole game. The Fletch SMG is probably the least favorite, but still a fun gun to use. The shotgun, I think weren't there like two different kinds of shotguns to think, yeah, and they were both pretty interesting. Um, I think my favorite, and it's because I've seen this kind of weapon actually recently in Pal World, I think of all games. That you get these portable SAMs or whatever that are like one use. You not one use. It's a single shot. I meant to say. And later on, you get a four shot multi missile launcher thing. I'm just like, oh, I know what this is. I saw this recently in Power World. This is I can use four rockets now. I can use four rockets. Just and rockets are fucking strong in this game. They're the kind of thing you exclusively use for problems you really don't want to deal with. So being able to fire four at once, oh hell yeah! The minigun with its slow and fast settings. The whale gun. I love the whale gun. The fact that it's just a fucking AMR and it's called some kind of anti-material rifle. And it's just called the whale gun is really satisfying to me. The C4, you get to carry C4. I think my favorite was by near the end of the game you get a power up that just mm, mm. No, I'm not gonna say it here, but oh yeah, the assault rifle assault fire being a big fuck off laser beam is also really
satisfying. And then there was, oh yeah, 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 one of like the two weapons in the game that uses the last ammo type you get access to, and the sound effect it makes when you kill enemies with it. I enjoyed it. I can see other people finding it grating. I also can see people finding some of the death animations absolutely fucking horrifying. You can literally set an enemy on fire and just stand there and watch them slowly burn and scream to death. And I developer knew what he wanted. He wanted attractive anime girls being either being the bane of your existence, and for you to horribly murder them. I did love the enemy designs though. I thought they were all good. I really love the one that's just the heavy flamer guy, girl rather, just bitch looks like a big daddy, like a pseudo big daddy without the drill arm, like a Rosie, I guess. Um. Oh yeah, you get money pickups, and man, I was getting really obsessive with picking those up. It was satisfying. Secrets aren't very secret. In fact, there's not a lot of secrets in the game, and usually they're just the entrances to the secret levels. And like I said, the map is fully explored for you from the onset of every level. So like, you're never too confused as to where to go. Also the game kind of phones in like, this distant place has enemies on it. This is a place you can reach, kind of thing. It doesn't hold your hand, but it doesn't throw you to the wolves either. It gives you a fair chance to notice these things. I can't really say anything else about that other than Tycho is the best boy. And remember, Tycho is always for sale. Journey was a very brief thing. The Citadel was my main palate cleanser between playing two games from the same developers. And after that, I hopped into Void Stranger. Some of the shit they do in this game felt mean. I felt trolled in a couple of points in this game that I cannot even say because it's massive spoilers. But I appreciate. I said this in Zero Interest. I'll say this here. I appreciate this game, and I appreciate what they do with it. Probably, I would say it's more forgiving than what Zero Ranger does. It expects you to do, and the puzzles were really fun. I loved it. The fact that it's a game where you are encouraged to explore. You're encouraged to fuck around. Like the first thing I like unironically the first thing I did in the game was I killed myself to see what would happen. It is a game that blatantly expects you to try literally everything you can to figure the mechanics out, find new mechanics you didn't know about, and figure out how to break the game over your knee. Everything in the game is about gathering information. There is barely anything in this game that you can't. There's like nothing in this game that you cannot do from the onset. But would you know you could do it? Is the question. And I really enjoyed that. I think Yeah, I also like the I also kind of like the one particular aspect about it, and that's that it is a monochrome world. I saw I started seeing instances of other colors being brought up and them being censored, like green or blue, and I'm like, is it because the only colors in this world are black, white, and gray? I thought that was a neat little touch. I don't know if there's a deeper meaning behind it. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. But the thing I will say is these games, Zero Ranger and Void Stranger, I usually I'm gonna say something I usually don't say. Well, no, I'm gonna say something I usually do, and something I usually don't. Whenever I see a developer have a video make a video game, and there's supposed to be real deep meaning in the game, my usual reaction is they're huffing their own farts. Fuck off. Your head is firmly lodged up your own ass. And this is usually because the developers, whenever I see video game developers doing this, it is done in a very hackneyed way. It's done in a way that makes me that in my mind I'm just picturing the developer flailing their arms, going, "Look, it's deep. It's so deep. You just don't understand it." Usually, when a developer tries to put deep shit in their game, make their game deep, that's how it kind of comes across to me. That's the vision I have. Not these guys. These guys do it right, which is I don't remember the last time I ever said that about a developer trying to make their about a developer making their game deep. And the thing is, I think I know why. They're not trying too hard to do so. These developers just made the games they wanted to make. They made the games they wanted to make. They made the stories they wanted to make. And those stories are deep because those stories are very fleshed out and well written. And even a lot of the references are very fun in them. And I just had to sneeze there. And I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. They did it right in a way that I loved. Anyway, for Void Stranger specifically, I was surprised. They made a shmup that is basically a love letter to a bunch of old games, old shmups, a bunch of some anime references here and there, and it's a very good shmup. And then they turn around and they make a puzzle game that's very well made. That is so simple and very well made. I think one of my favorite things about this is one of my favorite things about this is the portraits of the characters are so detailed, even though the sprites are very simple, but it kind of gives you that ability to like fill in. And I'm parroting something that I think the devs themselves said at one point. It gives you the ability. No, they definitely said this. It gives you the ability to like in your mind fill it in. So you're looking at at the much larger and detailed character portraits, and you look at the very simplified sprites, and you can just kind of fill it in with your imagination, and you can get that mental image of like this is what the sprite is actually supposed to look like, even though it looks like a simple little chibi blob. Um, Speaking of, I really liked the character design in this game, and I'm starting to think that one of the developers has a type.
I love the big titty, but more than that, I love tail. Anyway, also Gray's massive grays. Anyway, no, no, seriously though, I thought the character design was stellar. Um, Going through the story was kind of I don't. I'm thinking the crazy thing is like the end of the game is fresh in my mind. The middle of the game, I'm thinking back to and going like, how did we get here? It's I can't say anything. I can't because everything is a spoiler. But like, I just loved it. I loved it, and it makes me wonder. Like another fun little tidbit. And I think I believe this is something they said in social media as well. Uh, Another fun little tidbit is I think it was the programmer for the programmer slash coder for the game and the artist for the game swapped roles. So the artist for Zero Ranger is, if I'm remembering I know it was the programmer and coder was one of them, and I'm pretty sure the artist was the other. So in like Zero Ranger, or for Void Stranger, the artist from Zero Ranger did the programming, while the programmer from Zero Ranger did the art. They wanted to swap their roles to get a handle on the other's job, on how the other did their job with the game development. And I thought that was really fun. I think that's really fucking cool. That's really, really cool. Uh, I had something else I was gonna say and I lost it, but oh yeah, yeah. So they've already made a shmup. Now they made a puzzle game. I want to know what they're gonna do next because I know there's Black Onion, which was never released yet, which was never released for Zero Ranger, and apparently that's not been shit canned. That is still something very possible for them to do. But and this is the thing I like about this, they don't really actively talk about the games they make. In fact, one thing I love is a lot of the plot and lore of the games is stuff you got to kind of explore for yourself. It really is something you have to explore for yourself, but they don't like they don't get heavy-handed with it. They don't just spoon feed it to you. You can infer a lot of it. And but also they don't talk about the games they're developing. They just kind of release them. Like I forget which one it was. I think it might have been Void Stranger. I think I remember reading that one of their games they just kind of dropped out of nowhere with very little build up, advertisement, whatever the hell. I I think I don't remember completely, so I might be wrong. But they're the kinds of developers. They're just making the games they want to make to tell the stories they want to tell, and I really respect that. And I just have to wonder: they made a shmup, they made a puzzle game. What could they possibly make next? I'm really, really looking forward to it. Alan Wake. Way back about 2, 3 years ago, maybe, I pirated and played Control. I promptly benched it after about several instances of the game completely freezing up on me during a loading screen and costing me progress. It also wasn't the Ultimate Edition anyway, so it is what it is. Um,
But now we have Ultimate Edition, and I actually have it, legit. So I decided I'm going to play through this. And at a friend's recommendation, I played Alan Wake first. Now I'm going to say this up front. I love what Remedy Entertainment wants to do with this. The idea that Remedy Entertainment had was that they would intertwine multiple games of theirs, multiple series of games of theirs, and basically it would be the same universe. And uh, if I remember correctly, what a friend told me, the original idea for this was that Alan Wake, Control, Max Payne, and Quantum Break basically all take place in the same world. But because of IP licensing bullshit, they couldn't do this with Quantum Break and Max Payne. To give an idea, and this is one of my favorite things about Alan Wake. This is one of my. I'm coming out the gate with one of my favorite things about the whole game. There's an FBI agent in the game, and in about 2 or 3 chapters of the game, that is constantly pursuing you. He is dead set on going after Alan Wake, called Agent Nightingale. And Agent Nightingale's thing is he antagonizes Wake constantly by literally every time he yells at Wake, he calls him a different author. Like, you ain't getting away, H.P. Lovecraft. And it's the dumbest and best bit in the whole game to me. Agent Nightingale is actually apparently supposed to be Max Payne. But again, because of licensing bullshit, they couldn't do it, so he's just Agent Nightingale. He's a little Max Payne XP. But the idea is you're being pursued by Max Payne part of it. They did fortunately manage to do it with Alan Wake and Control, putting both of them in the same universe, and thank God for that, considering the shit that goes on in Control. Like, at this point, I think it's set in stone, and it'd be nigh impossible to continue without the two being in the same world because of that. But the game itself, you'll notice I gave it a good game rating and not a personal favorite. It was a bit jank. It wasn't jank. I'm just gonna come out and say it. I fucked up in a really interesting way with this game. I felt it was very, very hard in a very frustrating way. And then when I beat the game, I get the Steam achievement telling me that I beat it on hard mode. I purposely selected the hard difficulty right out the gate, and because of my shitty short-term memory, I promptly forgot I did and spent the whole game thinking, why is this so hard? I will tell you this: don't do what I did. If you don't want to feel too frustrated, feel free to play it on normal. I don't know if it's a difficulty thing or if it's this way on normal as well, in which case, Lamau get fucked, I guess. But while I was playing it, I think in the very beginning there were a few fights where it was like 1 or 2 taken. The game's enemies. Soon after that, like near the very beginning of the game, oh boy, every fight, no less than 3 taken. And legit, the game would spawn them. The game has like a very, very interesting spawning system. It doesn't spawn them in the same place every time. It spawns them relative to you. So most of my fights in the game were against bare minimum 3 taken. I think outside of an enemy showing up in like an almost cutscene cinematic like introduction where they specifically hop down from or hop on top of something and yell at you. It's like almost dynamic. It's like in relation to you most of the time. So a lot of the game I would spend getting into fights with no less than 3 taken, and it would spawn, and the game would spawn them in like two of them in front of me to the side, and one of them directly a few feet behind me, already winding up to attack. So I got into the groove of every time I would get involved in a skirmish on reflex, I would just turn around because I would be like, there's one behind me, and if I don't act fast, it's going to fucking hit me. Uh, there was even a moment that kind of blew my mind. There was a bit where you're going through this like a series of flower arches with a bunch of vine walls on both sides, kind of like a little outdoor tunnel, about I'd say maybe 15 feet long if I had to estimate it. And I went through it, and a taken jumped through the vine wall at me, just busted through it from the outside. And I lost a skirmish that resulted after that. I died. So I go back and I'm thinking, you know what? Nah, fuck it. I'm gonna go around that tunneled archway of vines and flowers. I do this, and the game spawns the taken inside of it instead, to in a position where it busted out from inside to surprise attack me while I was going around the side. I was like, man, I can't win. The game is always going to spawn a bunch of these spawns are going to be in relation to where I am, and I thought that was genuinely impressive. And also really bullshit. No, but I did it. I did it. My fucking stuffy nose today. Really sorry about that. I liked it. You got to use. If I had to say another complaint, it would be there were. I was never. I was almost never hurting for supplies, but the flashlight, when you aim it, would run out of battery so fast. And it got to the point where I was glad I was finally getting like the heavy duty flashlight and the heavy duty lantern later on, which I guess had was stronger and or had more battery power. Um, there I will admit, there were about 2 or 3 fights in the game where I tried several times to win and I died because it just spawned a lot of dudes, and I didn't. I felt I kind of didn't have like, not just didn't have the supplies, I didn't have the time to beat them, like because how they would gang up on you. So there were like 2 or 3 times in the game where I just, after enough failed attempts, I said screw it and I booked it and got to the next street light, which those always save your game automatically when you get to them, and enemies will just run it like despawn behind you. Will just despawn when you reach it because they can't pursue you into that light. I do love the whole theme around light and darkness in this game. I love the what it kind of sets up for later on. Not really much else to say. Oh yeah, I tried to collect all the coffee thermoses. I gave up completely when I got to like a dead end of the chapter fight, finished the fight, and immediately noticed, oh, there's a coffee thermos there. Let me go get it. And the game decides, nah, fuck you. We're doing the end of chapter cutscene and moving you to the next chapter before you can reach it. And at that point, I just kind of like, I give up. I'm not collecting all the coffee thermoses anymore. I'll find if I happen upon any, sure, but I'm not gonna go out of my way to find them anymore. I also did not find every chapter, or I forget what it is. what it was called, manuscript. I did not find every manuscript page as well, sadly, but most of the manuscript pages were just kind of narrating the story as it was going on anyway. I will say this, and I joked around with a friend, with my friend that loves Control and likes Alan Wake. Uh, I joked around with him about this, and this game is very purposely pretentious. I mean, it centers around a writer. It's very purposely pretentious. The game itself, throughout the game itself, Alan Wake is narrating the game, the events of the game itself, and it's like you can get more pretentious than this, but at the same time, it feels on purpose because it is a story about a writer. And in a way, I kind of adored that. I'm stuttering a lot today. Holy hell. Not much else to say. Feels great shooting a motherfucker with a flare gun, though. It feels so good. I don't think I've ever played a game. No, I think I might. I can't remember it. It's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't remember it. But I think there's one other game that made shooting an enemy with a flare gun feel this good, and I've never played a game that made unleashing a flashbang grenade on an enemy feel this good. So that's on a group of enemies feels good. So that's a plus. That is like a euphoric moment throwing those flashbangs. I really love me some SCP stuff. And admittedly, that's part of why Control has a personal favorite rating. Thing is, and I'm going to make this a really short side tangent. I'm the kind of person who loves most everything. You can ask my friends. I might have said that before, actually. I love it when SCP stuff gets really convoluted. For example, I love the Cactus verse when DJ Cactus isn't being a dumbass with stuff like his what was it? The Megalomania entry that was entirely just a Trump shitpost. But I also love the more minimalistic ones. The more minimalistic ones that are range from harmless to dangerous in their own right, but like in a small way, like the Super Ball that doubles in speed, velocity, whatever, with every bounce. The gun that shoots teeth and has a maximum like internal like clip of teeth and regenerates them every 24 hours or some shit, whatever it was. I love a lot of the simple things like that. And Remedy definitely did good with that with Control. Like without saying too much, you got stuff like you got stuff like you got really dangerous ones, but then you got stuff like the rubber duck that binds itself to one person if it escapes to like the nearest person who escapes containment and will just follow them around, teleporting into whatever room they are, into the most innocuous places sometimes, and just quack occasionally at them. Or the street light that literally plays red light, green light, and will teleport anyone that fails and moves during the red light to outside of its max radius. I love shit like that. It's I also unlike with Alan Wake where the manuscript pages were basically just telling the story of the game itself. I ate up every piece of data and info you could pick up and Control because a lot of it was just excess information about anomalous objects, about regulations of the Federal Bureau of Control, about internal memos, correspondence between agents. Sometimes some of these are actually what opens up uh, new missions for you to do. In fact, there's still stuff I haven't done because there's post game stuff that I didn't do that I still need to do in this game and plan to do soon. So I can uninstall it to make space for other stuff. But yeah, really enjoyed. I really enjoyed this game. I will say this: by a certain point, the most effective means of combat is just using your telekinesis to throw shit at enemies. But I did do the service weapon due justice and diligence, and I used it as much as possible. And I loved the service weapon. Some of the modes of it aren't that great. Spin mode's kind of shit. I think the one I used the most was I think it was Surge. Was it Surge mode? I think Surge mode was the shotgun. Um, I loved the shotgun mode. I would just slap on a dish in any whatever highest modification I had for the increasing the number of projectiles fired by it. And um I'm not gonna say too much, but there's a mod that completely changed how I used the surge mode, how I used the shotgun mode of the service weapon late in the game, in an interesting way. I love the whole thing with the service weapon. I think it's really cool. The idea of a gun that just changes its mode and it's such in such a weird way. Like it's not like some high technological thing. It's like it's made of fucking blocks. These blocks that defy gravity. They just reform the gun into whatever mode you want it for. So many. And there's like several, and I just love the service weapon. Even if telekinesis is way more efficient, I still loved making use of the service weapon however I could. Um, I liked in a weird way. I forget what you would call this kind of thing. A battle pass. It's a single player game with like a built-in battle pass thing. Like you have optional missions you can do that will just randomly show up and challenges you can take on at save points or control points as they're called, and you do these to get like extra resources. And I really kind of like that. Gives me, I mean, admittedly, I ignored most of them, but I like that it's there. The DLC as well. I loved the DLC. I will fully admit this, and I will take any criticism for it. I don't care. I don't like the final boss of the DLC. I think the final boss of the DLC is bad game design, and I activated invincibility to beat it after about 15 to 20 failed attempts. I got so fucking sick of that thing. And I mean legit bad game design in such a way that the fight can literally go on forever unless you become hyper efficient at doing the fight. And it becomes a war of attrition and your patience. And you can easily die. You can easily, at any random point, dependent on entirely on the boss's patterns, die. And in a fight that will take you a long time to do, I turned invincibility on and wailed on him until he died. I did not give a shit by a certain point. Aside from that one thing, the whole DLC was fantastic. and I loved a lot about it. The end game felt really good. It got me. It almost got me. Something about the end game almost got me, but I'm like, no, there's no way. And I was right. And but I still really loved it and appreciated it. It's really good, really good. And I always love it when games do that kind of thing. Uh, Not much else to say, but I loved the characters. They were very weird in their own unique ways. Um oh yeah. Dynamite, best part of the game, hands down. If you know, you know. Lost in Vivo. Now I'm gonna be honest, I think I overhyped it. I've been wanting to play this game for about 2 years, gassed it up a lot in my head. Uh I'm gonna say this. Part of the reason is I love games. I love this trend we have now. Well, the trend we've had for a few years at least now, where quite a few indie game creators are like, I'm gonna style my game in like PS1 or PS2 or GameCube uh, style and level of graphics, and most of the time it's PS1. I've seen a couple that are like I've seen like one that felt one that felt GameCube, uh, and that but that was I think that was like a remaster of an old game, and one of an old N64 game. I think I'd have to double check, and maybe one or two that I can't remember off the top of my head that were PS2. Most of the time it's PS1 style. This definitely felt PS1, and I was kind of hyping it up in my head a bit. This game has a few bits of jank though to it. For one thing, and really the main complaint I have is, and but it comes with a bit of a sigh of relief. I am glad the combat is not a focus for most of the game. There are parts of the game where combat is required. I am glad combat is not required or very recommended, if nothing else. But I'm glad that most of the game is just kind of focused on the atmosphere. Because, all right, I'm just gonna give the rundown. You get multiple weapons to start the game. Off the top of my head, you get a Luger handgun, you get a shotgun, you get a knife, you get a sledgehammer. I don't remember what else you get beyond that. Don't worry about the knife, and don't worry about the shotgun. I tried it. In fact, I recorded me playing this game and tried it on recording. A couple in like one or two parts of the game, uh, but it seemed to me the shotgun took just around as many shots to kill an enemy as the handgun would, and you get way more handgun ammo than shotgun ammo. Uh, so the best range weapon was actually the handgun. The best melee weapon, the best alternative being the sledgehammer, because the sledgehammer had good reach and would push enemies back and did reasonable damage. So you could literally keep enemies at bay, leaving them unable to attack you while wailing on them with the sledgehammer. I the combat was jank, and I'm glad it wasn't too big of a focus in the game. There are a few things the game did that I'm not going to talk about that were very fascinating to me, and in kind of a meta way. And I did love the visual design and style of the game. And this is a weird thing. There's some for me to say, but there's some tapes you can find throughout the game, and when you find a tape player, you can put them in to experience them. And it gives you I don't think it gives you a CRT filter, but it gives you that like old camera static line, static distorting line running down the screen every now and then, kind of aesthetic. And even though I despise CRT filters, I actually like that kind of filter. But I think that's just the enormous found footage fanboy in me, found footage and mockumentary fanboy in me coming out. Um, but I did appreciate that. Not much else to say. It's a very simple game, and I thought it would end up being like a strong personal favorite, but I'm gonna be honest, it's powerfully okay, and that's still a good accomplishment considering when I got to the credits, I'm pretty sure I saw it was made by like I think two or three dudes at most. So good game. Overall, pretty good game. And going by my complete batch of recorded footage, I rendered the video already. I'll be uploading it soon. It took me just over 4 hours to beat the game. So not even for a slowpoke like me, pretty good. Not even, not even going to take that long to beat it. So I would recommend it. Crow Country. I After Lost in Vivo. Now Lost in Vivo was something I personally wanted to do. Crow Country is also something I personally wanted to do, but I was basically taking recommendations from my best friend. Like, okay, we're still in October. I still want to do horror stuff. Let's give our family library a good rundown, and we actually both ended up going through the family library, setting it to the horror tag, and just going down the line, down the list. And in the end, I finally thought, I randomly thought, you know what? You played Crow Country recently. I'm gonna play that. And he did want me to, and he did want me to play it. He did talk about wanting me to play it lately, so I went ahead and I went for it. Small game. I think it took me two or three sittings, and that's because it was late at night and I got tired. I get tired easily at night especially when playing video games for some fucking reason. But I swear I feel like I'm getting old. But Crow Country is not that big a game, relatively small. It is a love letter to. I'm just gonna say it. It's a love letter to both Silent Hill, and, in my opinion, to both Silent Hill and Resident Evil, with with leaning I think I'm leaning a bit more on the Silent Hill side. But I think it's a love letter to both games and games like it. It is also like Lost in Vivo, kind of going back. It is an indie game that styled like it looks and feels like a PS1 game. And I thought it was really good. You get a variety of weapons. I played it on normal. At no point in the game did I feel particularly. It's the thing I do, especially with horror games and survival, and especially survival horror games. I will usually play it on normal, and my idea of like, in part of like how I'll rate the game, how I'll like consider it in my head is if I get through a survival horror game on normal and have relatively no real issues with it. Like there's like I don't encounter a part of the game that kills me a dozen times over and makes me bash my head against the wall. On normal difficulty, mind you. I personally think it's a well designed game. This isn't me. I'm not trying to be like, oh, a game should be accessible for everyone, but if a game is relatively doable on normal difficulty, as a survival horror game, I think you did good on making a survival horror game. Now this game did a few things I really liked. One of them being repopulating areas you've already been to as you progress the game. I don't think it is not on a room basis. I remember when I played Signalis. Signalis did a really interesting mechanic that I'll talk about in a bit with Resident Evil. That was akin to something I'll talk about in a bit with Resident Evil, but it basically, if you didn't destroy the bodies, after such amount of screen transitions, the enemies would get back up. I don't think Crow Country repopulated areas of the map you've already been to based on the amount of screen transitions. I think it was at set points in the game it repopulates, or not repopulates. It further populates would be a better way to say it. I think areas you've already been to, and I say this because there were some areas where I'm like, I can dodge these enemies. I don't have to kill them. They're pretty slow, and I come back and there's more enemies in the area because the game because it repopulates that area, but it doesn't get rid of the enemies you didn't kill. Despite that, I killed most of the enemies in the game that I encountered, and I was never hurting for ammo. So, solid game. All you gotta do is explore. One thing I really like is you can kick vending machines, and you can kick vending machines as many times as you want, 100 times over, and there's a random chance every time you'll get like a pack of ammo or a grenade out of it. I don't think they ever run out of stuff to give you. It's like you're kicking it with like a 5% chance, if that, of getting something. But you're never running out of stuff in the game. And no, I did not actually kick a vending machine 100 times. I'm not that crazy. You can also search every trash can in the game, and in half the time you'll get trash, half the time it's randomized every time. You might get trash, you might get supplies. One thing I noticed is the game leaned more towards giving you when it would give you random supplies through stuff like this. It would lean more towards giving you something you had less ammo for. At least it felt like it did that to me for me. So I like that. Um, the puzzles were relatively simple. The enemies were very creatively done. Like I said, it leans more on Silent Hill than Resident Evil, even though I think it's a love letter to both. But very, very Silent Hilly. Uh, Map system pretty good. You find the maps to the areas like you would in Resident Evil and I think Silent Hill. You find them on the wall and it gives you maps to like that section of the park. Another thing, I really do love games, and I think this like reignited that particular thing in me. I adore games that take place in creepy, abandoned amusement parks. I want more of them. I want to play more of them. Uh, and finally, as far as things that I think this game did pretty well, like sort of unique-ish to it. Um, the game takes place over the course of a day or part of a day. I forget if it's like I think I want to say it was like afternoon or early evening when you get to when you start the game when you arrive at the park. There are two intervals in the game where I think at least two intervals. I think if not three, and if it was three, I don't remember what one of them was. It looked like, but like there's at least two intervals in the game where the day just shifts. It's a completely open air amusement park outside of the like staff only in service areas or interiors like the haunted house. So there's a point where it's like later in the evening and it's darker and it's raining. So it's raining all throughout the amusement park. And then there's another point where, like another key point in the story of progression of the game, where it goes to nighttime. Uh, I like that where you have that. shift throughout the game in the atmosphere and the time to like show a natural progression of the day. I like that. I like it when a game does that, especially a game like this does it. I might go back to play it. There might be some replay value there. I finished the game and I got the second best rank. And the weirdest thing about this game, and that might actually get me going back to it, since it's not that big in file size, might be worth keeping around, uh, is you can now play the game, but there are these crystal crows all throughout the game that you can shoot, and you get a unique weapon for every of the each of the three ranks that you get when you beat the game. So since I got the second best rank, I got the 2 out of 3 weapons, and of course they're hilariously crow themed in ways I'm not going to spoil. I might play the game again. I might play the game again just to go through it and see. I don't know if I'll try to. So I'll actually see if I can get that S rank, but I'll definitely but I am interested in seeing what weapon it is. Get from S rank, but I will definitely most likely play it again and try to like get all those crystal crows and see what those new weapons I unlocked do. Uh, oh yeah, another thing I like is the game has optional secrets, and whenever you find one, a counter shows up showing how many there are and how many you have out of that amount. And there is a way to start tracking them on the map later that I'm not going to spoil. I definitely enjoyed getting all of the secrets. I also enjoyed those secrets being weapon upgrades. I also enjoyed those weapon upgrades being in the form that they were. I think it was adorable the way the developer did it, and I kind of had like a Silent Hill 1 moment, I'll admit. Full disclosure, one thing I will fully disclose, a few of those secrets are Magnum ammo, because Magnum ammo is very rare in the game. The Magnum is the most powerful weapon in the game. I didn't fire the Magnum once until I fought the final boss. It felt very much like when I played Silent Hill 1, and I reserved like the handgun for the normal enemies, the shotgun for the bosses, and I didn't fire the rifle once until I fought the final boss and unloaded everything into it. That's what I did here, and it felt very cathartic. I think that's about everything I could say about this game. I highly recommend playing it. Uh, it's a fantastic game. It is a fantastic love letter to the games of its kind, and it's not even that long. All right, we're closing out. I decided I am closing out Spooky Month with the Resident Evil games. At the very least, I'm going to try to go through 1 through 3. For 1, I played the PC port of the GameCube remake, as what I believe this was, because the remake actually does a couple of interesting things, and that the original didn't have, and the graphics are all way better, and they also gave Jill boob jiggle. Thank you, Capcom. Something you'll never hear me say again, probably, because Capcom is really fucking shit lately. I'm thanking the earlier era of Capcom for that one. I did not do both routes. I did Jill's route. Barry's a bro. I do like that there are differences in the routes, though, that I'm not going to explain. But there's certain things you can do in Jill's route that you can't do in Chris's, and probably vice versa. You open up in the mansion. Majority of the game is the mansion and and a little bit of area around the mansion. In fact, the entire area is the mansion and a little bit of the area around and underneath the mansion, and I like that. It's one big fun house of puzzles, and I remember when I played Code Veronica on the GameCube as a kid, and I will say this: I don't really have an excuse. I only ever played Code Veronica X and Resident Evil 4 on the GameCube, and I did not know the other games were also on the GameCube at the time. I was a kid. I 100% both of these games, and you bet your ass I used a guide for Code Veronica. Holy shit. I really enjoyed it. I will say this: child me felt really smart solving puzzles in Code Veronica when I didn't use the guide. Present me looks at these puzzles in Resident Evil 1, and I'm like, I feel almost insulted. uh, One thing I will say, the zombies pretty easy to kill. Even though it's supposed to be a random chance, I pretty consistently got quite a lot of headshots, especially with shotgun. I never felt like I was hurting for ammo in the game. In fact, by the end of the game, I stopped using the handgun in favor of using because by that point I had the shotgun, the Magnum, the grenade launcher, more specifically the combat shotgun that could hold 10 rounds. And uh, by the end of the game, I think I had 75, maybe about 80 rounds of pistol ammo in excess, not counting what was in the pistol, because I just stopped using it. I never felt the game never like overcrowds you, especially considering this is tight corridors. From a lot of the game's tight corridors, particularly in the mansion. I never at any point felt like I was overwhelmed. Now, the game does something that the remake does something that the original didn't do, and I wish more games did. And I mentioned when talking about Crow Country, the stuff Signalis did, not quite, not quite what's present here, but kind of adjacent, pretty similar. And something, but this specifically is something I wish more games, especially survival horror games, did. I want more survival horror games to do either what Crow Country did or what this game does, is what I'm saying. And in this game, that is Crimson Heads. So if you kill a zombie, the corpse stays there. And I kept thinking that corpse is going to get back up eventually, and I'm going to have to kill another zombie. Well, I was half right. I was half right. Crimson Heads. They come back mean. They come back fast. They take a bit more to kill. And I still got a pretty good amount of shotgun headshots on them. Thankfully, they don't come back when you kill them. But a game kind of giving you a bit of a punishment. Nothing too ball busting, but a bit of a punishment for just going around killing everything. Yeah, yeah, I appreciate it. And you never know when it's going to happen. That's the best part. You never know when you're going to walk into a room and it's going to be one. But eventually it will be. Anyway, I'm sorry about ruining that surprise. Anyone who hasn't played it, but I do appreciate this about this game. Pretty good weapon variety. My friends were watching me play this, including my best friend, and we were both kind of like going, "What do you mean?" Whenever I would get more ammo for the game gives you, I think in the entire game I got like 12 incendiary shells for the grenade launcher, maybe 12 or 18 grenade shells, but the game drowns you in acid shells. I think I got to the point where I had 24 acid shells. and every time I got more acid shells, I would load them in to the grenade launcher. And it got to the point where I had 24, and my friend and I were like, "What do you mean it holds 24?" And my friend said, I'm starting to wonder, does the grenade launcher even have a cap for how much ammo it can hold?" That was pretty cool though, because that meant I could just carry all the ammo at once. Uh, they both do play different. I was told Chris has more inventory slots. Jill has a lockpick, and I prefer that over Chris. I'm gonna be honest. Um, there is one complaint I have about this game, but it's a complaint in favor of the player, sort of, kind of. For most of the game, I did not use first aid sprays, not because I wanted a better rank. I didn't give a shit about my rank. I wanted the autism in my brain kind of focuses on doing things in order. So in order, I was like, okay, so I'm not going to use first aid sprays until I run out of full heals from red and green herbs to use. That did eventually happen near the end of the game. The game gives you a lot of green herbs. It does not give you nearly as many red herbs. It still gives you enough to get you by for most of the game without even touching first aid sprays and first aid kits. But what but the complaint I have is not that. The complaint I have is that the game, but because I still had about 10 first aid sprays and 5 first aid kits, I do not have a complaint about the amount of red herbs in the game. My complaint, which is in favor of the player, not against the player actually, the game drowns you in blue herbs. And you don't need them. I think I got poisoned maybe 3 or 4 times maximum in the entire playthrough. And one of those times is I feel like it was a scripted, guaranteed event because after leaving the room, it was during a boss fight, and after leaving the room, there was a cutscene displaying, yeah, I'm poisoned, and a notification on the map saying, go to the medical storage save room and get some serum. So I feel like that was a scripted event. And then maybe 2 or 3 other times I actually got poisoned randomly. And that's the interesting thing is it's a random chance. I think snakes can poison you, giant spiders can, I know that. But they don't guarantee poisoning you when they attack you. It's something that can randomly happen if you're unlucky. So I ended up with about a dozen blue herbs in my because I would obsessively take everything out of a room to make sure it was green to show, yo, you got all the items in the room. But I ended up with like a dozen blue herbs, way more than I needed. I don't think you need that many. Maybe on harder difficulties you'll get poisoned more often. And another thing, there are these beds of herbs you can find at a few points in the game. I only found I found 3. I don't know if there's more. And the idea is you can't take them with you, but you can use them up to a certain number of times. One of them was green, 2 of them were blue. That's crazy. The game drowns you in poison cure when you don't get poisoned that often. That is the only thing I can say that is remotely a complaint, and I think it's less a complaint, more of an observation. Overall, it was a solid game. The bosses, there's only a few bosses. They were really good. They were kind of fun to fight. I spent a lot of the game kind of just standing in place shooting stuff. My friend particularly noticed that about this in Crow Country, but I had a good time. And now it's on to, actually I forgot to put this. Resident Evil 2 is what I'm currently playing. Is the main game I'm currently playing. I'm playing the GameCube version. We'll talk about that when I actually beat it. Enjoy your. I hope everyone enjoyed their spooky month, though.
All right. Think we're recording. Is this picking up my mic? Yes, it is. All right, good. Um, literally last minute, rounding it out on the 31st of the year, of December. But I've been doing stuff. Part of that, admittedly, has been getting. Well, we'll talk about it. Mm. So, last thing I covered was Resident Evil, right? Nausea. Now, I'm not going to bore you to death with the whole history of it, and there isn't much, though there isn't much history anyway. But nausea is probably the closest thing we're ever going to get, potentially, to the original concept of Danganronpa. You know, I will bore you a little bit. When Danganronpa first came out, it got an English translation, and I mean the PSP version. And I don't remember the name. Was it Zaibatsu? Or I don't remember who it was. The guy's name that translated it. But he translated it. And my best friend DM'd me. Why am I wearing these headphones? I don't need them. My best friend DM'd me, and he's like, dude, you should check this out. So I grabbed the PSP version, it had a translation, I emulated that shit. It was on a computer that I had at the time that could barely run that it could not run even PSP emulation at a particularly good frame rate. This was a decade ago. This was an old and this was an old PC as it was. I think it was my 2009 pre-build. But I barely managed to do it for Danganronpa, and I loved Danganronpa. Unfortunately, it was one of those one and done kind of deals. You play through it once, you know everything. And it is basically a visual novel outside of the gameplay segments with a predetermined route, a singular route. Well, the original idea for Danganronpa, I want you to bear with me here, was called Distrust. And Kodaka is the Danganronpa guy. Kodaka wanted to originally make Distrust back when he was making it Danganronpa for the PSP. It was going to be a lot more. It was actually going to be gory, pretty gory. It was going to have red blood. It was going to have some pretty horrible executions. Only a few. There's only a few actual finished ones, but I think my favorite example for this is, without spoiling the game, even if it is an old one, the first canon execution in the game. That execution did get fully finished in the original Distrust concept. Before that got canned and it became Danganronpa. So you can literally line up the original concept of the first canon execution in the game. You can literally line it up side by side with Danganronpa's version and compare it. It was actually even if a little bit, it was actually worse. You could more clearly see the body. The blood was red. It didn't hold anything back. The original concept, though, beyond that, was I don't want to spur too much about it here. I'm just going to get to the point. The biggest concept of it was it would be sort of retroactive. You would have stats, true to the name itself. You would have stats of levels of trust and distrust and lack thereof
with the characters. And this could actually affect who would be the killer and who would be the victim. And I even had a conversation with a friend about this, and unfortunately, and he brought up something that made a lot of logical sense when he explained it to me. Unfortunately, this literally meant that you would have to start out with the most branches possible. Everyone is alive, so you have this number of combinations of who could be the killer, who could be the victim. Actually, no, you wouldn't start with the most routes. It would actually branch from there, because then you would have other combinations. Person number one kills person number two out of the 12, and then in the second killing, you have to take into account person number two not being alive. And you have to do this kind of thing for every route. I'm not going to go into all the details because I'll just be rambling, but it would take, especially for a PC game, that would be unfeasible. For a PSP game, fucking absolutely no. This isn't quite what Distrust would have delivered, but it's the close. It comes the closest. Anyone can be the killer. Anyone can be the victim. You got to figure it out. You got to puzzle it out. It is entirely, I'm probably not using this word right, retroactive. You have there is zero predetermining clues. You cannot go, okay, well, this character and their personality means that they're unlikely to be the killer. No. Evenly spread out, anyone can be the killer, anyone can be the victim. You got to puzzle that out through what is basically a courtroom debate, the Danganronpa style courtroom debate. And you have fucking stats. I loved this game. Admittedly, it got to the point where I was kind of in a fever dream haze trying to get the last little bit of content, because there are certain prerequisites you have to do to unlock certain things, and of course the game has a few different ending points, so to speak, without spoiling too much. The point is, it was getting to a point where I was kind of just, it was kind of a blur, just breezing through cycle after cycle. But I had a ton of fun with this. It is what I wanted. It is one of the two main things I wanted from Danganronpa's original concept of Distrust. The other has no place to talk about here and isn't actually represented here at all. But this was pretty much the main thing. Anyone can be the killer. Anyone can be the victim. You have tools to figure it out. You do it. It's more than just that, but I'm not going to say anything else. But it's a very interesting game if you want to just kill an evening. Even if you're coming back to it after beating it or whatever. Resident Evil 2. Now, I played the GameCube version emulated with a mod that enhances the graphics. I will say this is probably the best. I believe the Resident Evil, I forget what it was called. It had an official name, like a sort of official name. But I believe the texture mod, there is a version that works for the PC version. I just said fuck it, because it seemed easier to modify the GameCube version to me. It worked, and it looked amazing. The main thing I love about this one, I do really love this one, is I was told by a friend that when I was playing it that it is encouraged to do both routes. You have two routes and two sides. You have the Claire route and the Leon route, and you have side A and side B. And these are both distinct things. For the Claire route, you play as Claire. For the Leon route, you play as Leon. However, and they are different characters with let me think. I think it's that they have they have important items that don't take up an inventory slot, and they have slightly different. I think like I might be misremembering and thinking of Resident Evil 1, where if you pick Chris, you have more inventory slots. I don't think Leon had more inventory slots than Claire in 2. I know Leon has the lighter and Claire has the lockpick, I think. Were the main differences. Um, but the side A and side B thing means that regardless of which order you play the characters in, the side B is going to be going along a different route. And the idea is you basically play side A as one character, side B as the other, and this gives you the complete story. You actually experience significantly different things in the side B route. And I think it brings both characters' story together from the start to the finish to tell the complete story. I think it's really cool. I do think it's really cool. Um, I don't really have many other thoughts on it, other than I think the game was had good execution. There was never a moment. I don't think there was ever a moment where I felt too oppressed by the amount of enemies. I think I early on I did have one issue of like the game. It feels like the game's giving me less ammo early on than one did, but it still wasn't too much of an issue. Also that journey, that journey to get inside A, to get to the police station is I had to redo that quite a few times. I'm not gonna lie. I had to get really used to dodging and weaving through zombies. Anyway, good shit though. I look forward to playing 3. I have played 4 when I was a teenager. I played Code Veronica when I was a teenager. Those were the only ones I played. Those were the only ones I played and beat. I think it was 1 or 2 I played a bit of as a kid when I was a teenager as well, but I never beat it. So 3's next, and then I guess I move on to 5 or 0 or something. I've been told a lot of the side games are pretty good. Um, Next up, everyone's favorite. The winner is Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I've seen bullshit involved in this. I even made a rant I made a ranting vlog about it that I never uploaded, and I don't know if I ever will. I'm gonna get, but I might include some of that here. In fact, I'm gonna get this out of the way real quick. I don't give two wet shits about the whole AI controversy. I'm just gonna lay it to bed right here. What's his name? And I'm so sorry. I actually don't remember your name off the top of my head. The guy in charge of Sandfall, I believe was the company name. Larian, I think was his name. He came out in fucking July saying that his dev team was playing around with AI stuff and that they did use it for a couple of placeholder assets that they removed soon after releasing the game. It was just a fun toy they played around with. They didn't intend to ever put it in the game. Everyone is conveniently fucking forgetting about this. All the raving dumbasses on the anti-AI in the anti-AI crowd, they just that are just bandwagoning this shit seem to have magically forgotten this. And now there's all these articles now that are like, oh well, they're gonna put AI in their shit, and apparently they were removed from the indie
the Indie Game Awards for supposedly having AI. And the indie game, to me, the Indie Game Awards don't really matter for shit. They got their bag at the TGA. Sandfall does in fact have a full art team, and they do in fact pay them and put them to work. I don't understand people these days. People are fucking retarded. Anyway, it was an amazing game. Fantastic. Um, I've never seen. I just want to get that out of the way. I am so sorry. I had to say it. I've never seen a game that had this kind of how do I put this? Like a world map. It has a full on world map that you can traverse, which I think is fucking stellar. I got lost a couple of times, but I'm gonna be honest, I have bad fucking direction in games, so I'm not gonna fault them for this. It was a design choice on the dev team's part to not have a mini map in the zones themselves because they wanted the player to actually explore. In fact, a lot of Expedition 33, if I had to be honest, is about creative decision. I think my favorite example is the guy they hired for the music. To the best of my knowledge, was a fucking workaholic about it. He made a ton of music for the game, and without saying anything beyond this smidgen of info, the track that plays, like any RPG game, it has super boss, and the music track that plays when you fight the super boss is a track that the music designer for this game was gonna throw out. He made a shit ton of music for this game, and he was gonna and he was like, well, there's too much music. I don't know where to put this track. I'm not too fond of it. Let's throw it out. And I think Larry or whoever, the guy in charge, took one listen to the track and like, no, that sounds good. You know what? Use that for the super boss. Everything about this game was all about creative decision, in my opinion. They had things they wanted to do, and they did them. It is a labor of love, and I love the story they told. I am not going to say anything about this story, but it's rare to get. You can get a surprised reaction out of me in a video game. It is rare to make me start screaming at my mic in awe and partially in anger and a lot of shock. And when I say anger, I don't mean that in a bad way. And yeah, sorry, minor interruption. When I say anger, I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean like in the moment, I had raw emotion and coming all out of me, and I just now that's a rarity. They did a really good job. I've seen people say, "Oh, it didn't deserve all the awards it got," and I think one of my favorite things is I had a conversation with a guy I know who said something like, "Oh, but it's not a true indie company. They're all ex-Ubisoft employees." If I remember correctly, only like one or two people on the dev team are former Ubisoft, and they weren't exactly high level Ubisoft. Like, I just feel like there are people that are trying to discredit the dev team in the game in every way they can, whether it's by saying there's a smidge of AI involved anywhere at all, it's shit, or this isn't a true indie company, when from what I and some friends of mine looked into when we got really curious about all this, there's me and a few friends of mine that played the shit out of this game and completed it in short order, and well, short as you can, but while doing all the content you can in it. And the dev team behind this game is indie all the fucking way down from what we could find. Also, yeah, speaking of content, without saying anything about the content, there's a lot of it. You can actually beat this game
really fucking fast if you do none of it and decide you're just gonna fast track it. You can. The main story is actually not that long. It's the fact that there's all these shiny things around you and a whole explorable world map that opens up more and more the further you get along in the game, and bam, you keep seeing more and more to do. And I had to do everything. Um so yeah, that's Expedition 33. Um Sonic. So a friend of mine DM'd me. My best friend actually DM'd me with a simple statement at one point. Since you don't need the privilege, what was it he said again? He's like, since you don't need the privilege of free will, I'm giving you two choices: Sonic or Mega Man. To be fair, now, some people might think it sounds demeaning, but he's my best friend, and he, of course, means it in jest. He, among some other friends of mine, absolutely love recommending stuff to other people, and I loved a lot of their, a lot, I love a lot of their recommendations. So I decided, you know what? Fuck it, Sonic. I played the shit out of Sonic 2 and 3, I think, as a kid. Never beat either game. Admittedly, I never got past Flying Fortress as a kid in Sonic uh, 2. Moving on. So I went through the Sonic games. To explain this shit in short order, I had a pretty okay time with Sonic the Hedgehog, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, and Sonic 3 and Knuckles. I did not get all the emeralds by doing all the mini games in the first two. I did, including the second set in Sonic 3 and Knuckles. But when I found out I had to do a second set, I was pretty pissed. Um, I did it. I will say, I only beat these games by virtue that you're basically allowed pretty much infinite tries. Whereas the old Sega games would have just given you a game over if you lost all your lives. Now, for Sonic CD, I did not have as much of a fun time. That game was not that great. It's kind of ass compared to the other three. But I did it. And you'll see Sonic Spinball has my personal favorite rating. That is bias in its truest form because there are parts of Sonic Spinball that are pure horse shit. They're raw horse shit. The machine and the showdown are levels I did not beat without the help of save states at key points. Call me a bitch, tell me I didn't really beat it, that's okay. I love pinball. I fucking love pinball. Uh, Now there's something in between there. Neosno. That is a literally a 5 to 20 minute game, depending on how much you book it. It is a atmospheric game. All I can really tell you, I can't explain it. There's a guy on YouTube called Moldered. He's one of my favorite. He's one of the many people I really like on the content of on YouTube. Go watch his video on Neosno. It'll tell you everything you need to know, and it's a pretty nice listen. If you whether you watch or listen to it, it's really nice video. This is a very atmospheric game and something I just occasionally open up when I just want to relax for a bit. I know that sounds weird, but I've had this idea of doing vlogs using that game, and I think I'm going to stick with it. Let's move along. Clover Pit. Let's go gambling. I loved Clover Pit. The crazy thing is, I have been told by my best friend that I cannot touch Balatro or games like it because I will just get addicted and never stop playing them. He's right. He's half right, but wrong fucking game. I'll explain that one in a minute. Clover Pit's amazing. Uh, I did get the. I had to look into this a little bit to figure to really get the hint, but it was kind of apparent to me that I got the bad ending. There is a good ending. I tried to get it a few times, failed. I'll go back occasionally to do it, but I consider the game completed because I saw the credits once. Here's the thing. I kind of know a bit about the good ending already by this point, and it's really a matter of clicking off a checkbox of did you do the good ending or not. As far as I am aware, there's no difference. I think you unlock some stuff, but overall, I did pretty damn good. I got through on a couple of runs. I got through a lot of the I can't remember what they're called. The I guess the checkpoints. The every next amount you have to pay. I got to the point where I think I was being asked for in the tens of billions for the next one before losing. I did get out, even if I got the bad ending. I have unlocked most of the items. By a certain point, it became a game that I would just fire up. But before I stopped playing it altogether recently, it became a game where I would wake up, do what I have to do in the morning, and I'd fire Clover Pit up for a single round. Like a single go through the game until I get a game over. Uh, and I would make that for a few days, I would make that my daily attempt to get the good ending. Didn't work out, but I had my fun, and it, again, kind of like Nausea, even after beating it, it's one of those things you can just come back to for the hell of it and just have fun. Um, Speaking of, again, about digging a hole, you can't give me a game like this, man. I'm sorry. I streamed myself playing it to some friends during a celebration we're having in a server in one of the servers I'm in, and it ended up making at least two people I know play the game. At least two or three people I know pick the game up and play it. It is exactly what it says. There is not much to it. There is no amazing hidden content. I'm promising you. Please believe me. There's there's Well, I cannot sound any more suspicious about that denial. But yeah, it's a game about digging a hole. You get you get what it says in the 10. I got a bit crazy and dug the whole thing out. Took a screenshot of it and showed it to some friends, and my best friend said, "That is not a hole. There is no dirt there. Even you just dug the whole fucking thing out." And I did. Um, I had a lot of fun, and it did something to me. I'm not joking. It did something to me. It I ended up trying to find more games like it, and I wanted, and I kept getting results like, oh, play Minecraft or Terraria, and it's like, no, no, that's not what I'm wanting. I had a very specific want. I wanted a game just like that, 3D, first person, no bullshit. Oh, do a shit ton of crafting like it's an RPG. Just digging and occasionally finding some collectibles. I don't give a shit. Give me a list of collectibles to find. But don't but no, not like Minecraft. And not voxel either. No, 3D. And I did find a game. I haven't tried it yet, but I did find a game called Keep Digging. A game about digging a hole does have a bottom. I'm not going to say what it is. I'm going to try to keep some suspense here, but it has a bottom. Keep Digging has a bottom too, and it's advertised. It's advertised on the Steam page on the store page on Steam for this game. That bottom is several times deeper than the one in Game About Digging a Hole. And there's even different underground biomes and shit. I'm kind of interested. I want to check it out sometime. So I am high functioning autistic. I don't know what to tell you. I fucking loved this game. It was euphoric to play. It was just a good cozy time. Uh Azure Dreams. I wanted to play this on a whim. And there are things I hate about this game. There are things I love about this game. In the end, it bias won over and it became a personal favorite. Azure Dreams has two of my favorite concepts in it. Maybe more. The two main ones are you traverse a large tower over the course of the game. And we're not talking about climbing. We're not talking about like peak or anything. It is a dungeon crawl. Randomly generated dungeon every floor. You're traversing to the top of the tower. The second thing is it has creature collecting. Not in the way you would think, though. If you're one of those kinds of, if you're thinking of the usual kind of creature collector. To collect creatures in Azure Dreams, you find eggs in the tower, and you take them back with you and you hatch them. You can only hatch them at home. And unfortunately, what you get from the eggs definitely depends, from what I could tell while playing at least, on what floor of the tower you're on. You're not going to luck out and get an egg for a creature you're going to find near the top of the tower, near the bottom of the tower. So if you already have and you can expand your you have like a creature shed for storing them, and you can expand this to the point where you have about 20 or so slots when you start with 4. So like if you end up having like most of the creatures you could find on the bottom, on like the lower floors, anything you get's probably just gonna be a dupe at that point, unless you go higher. It's kind of a weird game. I call it. I'm stealing a term from a close friend of mine. I'm calling it a gumbo game. And this is where I explain this. A gumbo game is a game that has a bunch of different concepts mashed into it, but it isn't that it is a game, but it is different from a game that doesn't know what it wants to be. A game that doesn't know what it wants to be is a game that has an intended identity, but it has so much content in it that you can't really tell what it's trying to be. A gumbo game is a game that knows what it is. It's a gumbo game. There's dungeon crawling, there's third-person dungeon crawling, there's creature collecting, a very base level of town management in the sense of you can pay to have buildings constructed in your town over the course of the game, and these actually have effects. A very base level of dating sim, in that there are not dating sim per se, there are romance routes. I guess I wouldn't say dating sim. There are romance routes. Interestingly enough, there are several, and you can in fact do all of them in one playthrough. Yes, your main character can in fact have several girlfriends who are completely okay with sharing you. You also improve their lives in the process of becoming their boyfriend in some way or another. It's honestly really wholesome. It's got a lot of interesting shit to it. I think one of my favorite things is that for absolutely no fucking foreseeable reason, there's a bowling mini game, and I actually enjoyed playing that. And because this is Magic World, the bowling balls and the bowling ball and the pins are both two distinct different types of monster that are completely okay with being used for their intended purpose. I thought it was cute and charming. Um, it has a lot of things that it does, and it knows all this and understands this. It's a gumbo game. It knows what it's trying to be. I liked the creature aspect of it. Um, your creatures retain their stats when you leave the tower, and that can be good and that can be bad because you don't. In fact, probably my main contention with this game was that you are completely reset to level 1 and base stats every time you exit the tower. To the point that I did use a single sheet in the process of beating this game. Um, I ended up using the cheat that retains your character's level and stats. Uh, you can also fuse creatures together to get different ability to get one creature's ability on another. I never actually finished the idea because I ended up beating the game before I did this. But one idea I had was to get a block whose ability was that it has higher defense than most other creatures, and a picket. That was the name. A picket, and fuse the picket to the block to give it its ability, which is it can act twice every turn. So I would have a monstrous tank of a familiar acting twice per turn and tanking damage. Um, I believe that's how the fusion system worked. I've dabbled with it a little bit. In the end, I relied on myself just as much as my familiars. I know that's probably not how you're supposed to do it, but let's be honest. You're facing down dangerous shit by the end of the tower regardless, and it got to the point where I would kind of save scum every floor to try and book it to the elevator. Because here's what I don't like about this game. Everything is randomized. Absolutely fucking everything. This means on one of the upper floors of the tower, where even if you are, I believe, level 40, you are still going to get like 3-shot by any creature up there. And they tank a lot of damage. You can be dropped into a room on a whim with like 3 or 4 of these. And there goes your run. Better hope you have a wind crystal to get out. In fact, that was quite honestly that was actually quite honestly the biggest thing. Always make sure you have a wind crystal. Make sure if a situation looks too dire for you to go through, get the fuck out. But I wasn't a fan of that because I had gone through so many runs in this tower to the point that I figured out a lot of how you're supposed to do it. And even then, it was just you need to plan out, you need to prepare, and while I usually love that kind of thing, it became frustrating here because of the other big contention I had. Outside of your level, which will reset when you leave the tower, the only other way to be stronger is to have better gear, and the only way to do that is that, depending on when the game feels like it, you can find red and blue sand. Red sand enhances your shield. I'm sorry, red sand enhances your sword. Blue sand enhances your shield by +1. This level seemingly has no limit. However, your gear can rust. Rusting decreases its quality by one level, and this can go into the negative. This means that under normal circumstances, you are fighting the game to keep your equipment in the positive, let alone try to buff your shit to adequate levels where you can just start breezing through the lower portions without pulling out your familiars, which is actually a strat that I would recommend because your creatures will permanently go to sleep when they run out of mana, and you restore that mana by feeding them food. So it's actually recommended for an optimal run to even make it to the end of the game to go through the first 10 to 20 levels bare minimum without even pulling out a familiar to conserve them. There is an exception. There are two shields and I believe one sword in the game. Two types of shields and one type of sword that are immune to rusting and are the preferred weapons to immediately try to get and try to start maining and focusing on upgrading because they're immune to rust. They will always go up, they will never go down. They start out pretty a little bit weak, but as a result of to offset this, but you can get them to pretty good points. Now for the biggest issue. Insofar that I puzzled out early on in the game, and I'm saying this from slightly vague memory, outside of your familiars, you lose everything if you die in the tower. Now, if I remember correctly, that includes any equipment you had on you, not just anything in any of your items. If I'm wrong, then I was worried over. Then I'm misremembering and was worried over nothing. But after finding this out early on, I started to make absolutely sure I never died in the tower. And to give a good idea of this and why I started using the thing that finally made me start using the cheat that makes your level never reset when leaving the tower. Two of my deaths where I said, no, fuck this, I'm reloading my save state, was because my familiar, who was already at like level 20 or my main familiar, the one you start the game with that I just decided to keep maining, was level 20 and stepped on a chaos trap that confused it. And it proceeded to one-shot me. This happened twice. I finally started using that one cheat. And I just... Like I said, bias won over heavily in this because I do love a lot of aspects of this game. I think it's a charming little game, but holy shit. I think you could say the tower portion of this game isn't just an RPG, dungeon crawler, creature collector, but also a fucking survival horror. Purely because you can lose everything on a whim if you are not prepared. It makes getting to the tower. It should make getting to the top of the tower feel rewarding. But I'm be real. I don't think it would. I think I would have been pissed if I took even more time to get to the top of that tower. I'm not going to explain anything. But holy fuck, that was. I've never seen a Kamen Rider explosion used that way. Anyway, that is As Your Dreams. I technically beat the game. I had a lot of fun with it. I did dabble in the creature stuff. I dabbled in absolutely everything else. I did all the romance routes, constructed all the buildings. I ended up with a lot of creatures too. I just didn't bother going through the tower, raising them individually. I was more focused on actually beating the game. But you can continue playing after beating the game is the crazy thing. And I guess if I played this as a kid, I would have absolutely continued playing the shit out of it after beating the game. Interesting little bit of information. There is a second tower in this game that had that apparently would have had that you can access through cheats. or modifications, and it would have had a fun little thing where you actually wouldn't know what any item you pick up does until you used it to add an extra little bit of difficulty. That sounds kind of that there being a second tower is pretty cool. That sounds like hell. That sounds like pure hell. Kind of glad that going through that wasn't left in into the game. But the concept's interesting, at least, I guess, of there being another tower. Anyway, oh shit, no, I meant to. I was hitting up. Anyway, that's what I've done, and I need to actually add a couple of things here. Let me just grab my book. I know I had it written down here. All right, let's see. I think it was this one. Yeah. Okay, so Fatal Fury Special Neo Geo C. Oh wow. So games I started this year. KO Flying Squadron is not that long of a game. It is a little bit difficult. It's a side-scrolling shmup. I've heard these kinds of games also described as cute 'em ups because they're made purposefully cute and adorable. I kind of just started playing other things and forgot about it and forgot about ever. I kept thinking I'm gonna get back to it. I'm gonna get back to it. I never did. It's gonna be one of those things I'm gonna have to pick up next year. Um, for don't pay no attention to the list on the right. I'm still modifying the document. Um, but yeah, it's a fun little charming little game. I'll complete it. I'll complete it early in the next into the next year. World of Horror is a rogue light, I think. Roguelike, whatever. It has a lot of different cases you can do, and the idea is that you're going to be playing it for a while. This is going to be one of those things I just kind of pick up from time to time until, and I guess if I think there is like a true final thing you can do, maybe when I get to that point, I'll consider it beaten. Quantum Theory, probably not getting beaten before the end of today, but it is. But I'm definitely. It's definitely going to be the first PS3 game I beat in the new year, and I do want to get through my PS3 backlog some more. Mega Bonk, kind of like World of Horror. This is a game that I'm not sure if it has a definitive ending. In these kinds of games, I put my own goalpost, and in the case of Mega Bonk, it's probably going to be at the very least unlocking all of the characters, all of the weapons, and at least beating the tier 3 stage of all three stages. The tier 3 challenge of all three of the areas you can do. That's probably going to be my criteria for counting as beaten, but I have fuck my best friend for actually being right about this. He knows me way too well. He gifted it to me for Christmas and said, I forget what he said, but he basically gifted it to me as a sort of, I know you're autistic ass is going to like this. Fuck him for being, I ended up telling him, fuck you for being right. And then Fatal Fury Special, as you can see on the side, I beat Fatal Fury Neo Geo CD. It took me forever to beat Geese Howard, and I had to really fuck around. Wait, did I beat it that early into the year? Holy shit. I had to really fuck around and then game the system, game the AI to beat Geese Howard in that game. I was already getting my wait. That says NEP. That says NEP. I can't let it say NEP. It's the brainworms. Um, so
This game started kicking ass before I even got to the final boss. It is a an extended version of the of Fatal Fury 2. I I'm probably gonna get deeper into fighting games in 2026, and we'll go from there. Um, the resolution games list, yeah, that was too much shit. I mean, this one's isn't much better, but I'm gonna try to be even more on the ball with this. Part of the reason Deltarune I found really charming and I loved it. Um, it's been so I put it in special mentions because it's not finished yet. Same for Ellen, just like I did Pow. Just like well, I meant to do an MG for 2025, and Power was in the special mention for that because it's also not done yet. Um, but that MG is probably not happening. This will probably be I mean, sorry, I meant 2024. Derp. But that's probably not happening. This will be my first official one. Deltarune I really liked. I liked a lot of things about it. I think Toby Fox did pretty good with that. And unfortunately, I don't have much to say for two reasons. One, it's been long enough that I'm getting a little bit of fuzzy memory on some of it, and I'd just be rambling a lot about stuff. But two, I'd be rambling a lot about stuff that I really want you to experience for yourself. Uh, Finally, Ellen, we're just gonna, yep, that is a personal favorite. I played the shit out of this, I believe, in September, and continued to on and off play it, and I've been playing the shit out of it again now in December. It is one of the reasons I didn't get as many games done, admittedly, that I as I wanted to, but I had a lot of fun with it. By the time this is out, I'm actually going to have a video talking a bit about Ellen, but it's mostly going to be talking about some of the crazy autistic things you can do in it. All I'm going to say, it is a magical game where you can do just about anything you want if you put your mind to it. And your time as well. It's going to take time to do some of the shit in this game. But reaching that goal is kind of the fun part when you actually make the crazy shit work. Like I said, I'll have a video by the up that will talk a bit about this by the time this video is up. Before this video is up, uh, and I'm gonna have to delete a lot of shit here, and specifically in this category. This was originally games I was interested in, but didn't want to dedicate to for the year. This is the resolution games list. These three have been on my mind for a couple of years to beat. I just never got around to it. I was I was in a moment of like do a Sega CD game, then a PS1 or PS2 game, Sega CD and PS1 or PS2 on a rotation, but fell off of that. I would at least like to get back to trying to clear more of my Sega CD stuff out. This is I forgot to actually mark these three. These two are PC Engine CD games. They are also short shooters, to my knowledge. That's why I wanted to do them. I want to get a lot of my PS3 games of interest out of the way. Some games that are recommendations from friends. Some games I personally wanted to to finish, and I wanted to do more Castlevania. Did I put it in here? Yeah, Sonic Adventure. That's the next Sonic game I gotta play. Next Metal Gear game I gotta play. Next Shin Megami Tensei game I gotta play. I haven't put all of them here yet, but a friend of mine really wants me to play some of the older BioWare games, and I'm definitely gonna try that. Try to work that in just for him. And Fallout 2 is the next because I played Fallout 1 previously. I've tried to play Mother 1 like two or three times and fell off because I just got distracted and forgot about it. I'm gonna try to stick with that this time. So, yeah, a lot of stuff, a lot of stuff. I had a lot of fun this year. Experienced quite a few fun things. Started getting into the Sudiverse. Played some obscure shit that I don't know why I don't know why I put that as that would be a blue. I think I just didn't want to give too much favoritism. to everything. Got into the Sudiverse, got into the Alan Wake control shit from Remedy, got into some interesting like Crow Country, got into some interesting more obscure stuff, and overall and knocked out some older games that I really wanted to play through. Had a lot of fun. Looking forward to the new year.